just waiting for that because obviously there is no voting open at the moment as we've not started the meeting.
Do we want to answer the questions now, or we want to wait for the meeting to start? Carl?
It's your meeting, Mr. President. I'm not sure what questions will be there if we haven't even started the meeting formally.
Maybe there's some technical issues.
We are up to it's up to Kwame. He is the moderator for the questions.
Ooh.
Sean, I think you need to start the meeting.
Good morning, afternoon, and evening, presidents, vice presidents, delegates, and officials. I miss the time when we could meet in person at the general meeting, when we could spend 1 to 2 days with the WDSF forum and a nice friendly dinner together before we go into serious business with a general meeting. I sincerely hope this day can return soon when we can all meet each other in person again. Before I call the meeting to order, I wish all of you well and that all of you can make good progress with your federations in spite of the challenges of the difficult time. The WDSF has not had an online AGM before, so I hope to have your understanding and patience should any technical issues arise. I now call the 2021 Annual General Meeting of the World DanceSport Federation to order. I will begin by referring to the general meeting proceedings, which are provided for in the WDSF statutes. Next slide, please. According to Article 23 of the WDSF statutes, this meeting will be conducted at all times in the English language. Please make sure interventions are in English only. In accordance with Article 11.1 of the WDSF statutes, as current WDSF president, I will conduct this annual general meeting right to the end, except for the election, when I will leave the chair and propose to you on behalf of the Presidium, Edward Gardiner, an independent public notary, to chair the elections. As a reminder, if you are able to do so, member federation delegates, please change your profile name in Zoom to your country code, followed by your last name in capitals, and then first name. The country code should follow the 3 alphabet codes as used by the IOC. So it is the country code followed by your last name and first name. As the meeting is going to be a few hours long, I propose that after the end of every 1 hour and a half, that is 90 minutes, we will have a short break of 10 minutes. Any objection to this? There's no objection. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. Since the AGM is conducted online, comments and questions should be raised by clicking on the raise hand button, which you can find at the bottom of the Zoom window. So click on the raise hand button. Do not raise your hand because we won't be able to notice that. Please do not raise your hand like this, like what I just said. Otherwise, I will see in 4 years' time at the next general meeting. Next slide. As chair of the meeting, I will be calling on delegates who have raised questions in the order of their respective queue position. I would like to inform you that when the raise hand button is clicked by attendees, all panelists, which include the Presidium, will be able to see the order of hands raised. Next slide. Once given the right to speak, the delegate will receive a notification on Zoom to unmute your microphone and video. It was recommended by Lumi in experience with most sports federations that the most efficient way to conduct the meeting is that participants do not see the names of all participants. Next slide. You may also use the chat function to reinteract with the meeting. Next slide. The Presidium proposes Sports Officer Sergei Nifontov as timekeeper of the meeting. Sergei's responsibility is to use the stopwatch to time the duration of each speaker. If you experience any technical challenges during the meeting, please email wdsf@lumiglobal.com for assistance. And that is wdsf@lumiglobal.com. Next. Next slide. The WDSF General Secretary convened this annual general meeting by notice in writing to all member bodies by electronic mail dated 13 January 2021 and in accordance with Article 10.1 and 10.2 of the WDSF statutes. According to Article 10 of the WDSF statutes, motions for the agenda must be submitted to the General Secretary in writing not later than 3 months before the general meeting and accompanied by a brief background statement by the proposer explaining the reason for the proposed intended effect of the motion. In accordance with Article 10.4, the WDSF General Secretary communicated to all WDSF member bodies the final agenda and motions on notice for the general meeting by sending an email dated 21st May 2021 to notify all members of the final agenda with a link to box where all the motions were available for perusal and download from 25th May 2021. Please note that motions have been dealt with during the second 2021 WDSF Extraordinary General Meeting in writing, which took place between June 14 and June 22nd of 2021. I now ask the meeting, are there any objections or questions regarding the procedures required to lawfully convene this meeting according to the WDSF statutes?
You have two questions from two delegates requesting the floor.
Yes. First from Macau.
Thank you, Mr.
Lumi, can you unmute them?
We'll just bring Macau in now and they will be able to unmute themselves. Macau, if you can hear us, you will just need to unmute yourself. Thank you. That's the delegate from Macau. If you can please unmute yourself if you wish to ask a question. Just once again, the delegate from Macau, if you can please unmute yourself. It doesn't seem like we have any response from Macau, Mr. President. It's your decision if you wish to move on to the next member.
We can move on to the next candidate. Next, Ferruccio Galvano.
Thank you very much. And if that delegate can please unmute themselves. Once again to the delegate, if you have a question to ask, can you please unmute yourself?
Next, we move on now to Marco Vonik.
Sorry, Mr. President, they've just unmuted themselves.
Ferruccio, you can only have one computer on, otherwise it will be interference. Ferruccio, do you wish to speak?
Okay.
Yes, please go on.
Yes, but I have a problem with my audio, so I will not speak because I have a problem with the signal.
Okay, I will pass to the next speaker. Okay, is that okay for you?
They've already muted themselves, Mr. President, so I'd say we move on.
We move on to the next. Marco Vonik.
So the delegate Marco, if you can please unmute yourself. Thank you.
Marco is here. It was a mistake. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Mistake. Thank you.
Mr. President, we have Macau that have re-raised their hand. If you would like to try them again.
Macau, can you Can you unmute yourself and speak?
Hello?
Okay, please say. Yes,
Hello?
we are on the line.
Hello? We are on the line. We want to
Yes.
know, can we vote? Because we just registered. Just make sure we can vote or not from Macau. We
There will
approve.
be a test vote later. So the voting delegate can do the test vote afterward.
Okay.
Yes? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Good, thank you.
Okay,
We have the next speaker, Sergey Believ. Sergey, can you speak up? Sergey, can you speak up?
Hello, can you hear me?
Now, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, very well. There are some technical issues I see on this side. Hello, everybody. Greetings from Finland. Hello, Mr. President. I would like to ask a question from the point of order. Would you please inform the meeting whether you are going to act as the meeting president based on the decision of the WDSF Presidium as per Article 11 of the WDSF statutes, and whether we are going to elect a minute keeper as this point is missing in the agenda of the meeting? Could you please clarify this?
Yes, I am. According to the statutes, I'm the chair of the meeting, and we'll come to the part where we will announce a minute keeper.
Okay, so maybe it makes...
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe it makes sense to add this point to the agenda about the election of the minute keeper, as it is missing currently in the agenda. So I have a proposal to add it probably before the point 5, where it says approval of the agenda.
We don't go to this item now. We will come to that in a short while. Is that okay for you?
Of course, Sean. Thank you very much. Just
Thank
this
you.
is from the point of clarity. Thank
Yes,
you.
we'll be there. Yes. Next slide, please. Yes. According to Article 11.4 of the statutes, the general meeting passes the resolutions by simple majority of votes of the voting delegates, including proxy holders. If there is equality of votes, the president of the WDSF may cast a deciding vote, but otherwise the motion fails. Please note that should you have any technical issues arise, please send an email to wdsf@lumiglobal.com, and that is lumiglobal.com. I now pass the stage to Lumi for the test vote to determine the ascertainment of votes as according to Article 11.2 of the WDSF statutes. Can I invite Mr. Gardiner to provide the details of the votes?
Thank you, Mr. President.
I can now declare that the test vote is open.
So, thank you. So just a reminder to all that are joining us and that may not have joined us for the training session to cast your vote for this test vote and for all other voting today. You will need to navigate back to the Lumi platform. Now, to do so, you may need to minimize Zoom. You may need to escape from Zoom. You can keep Zoom running in the background, but you will need to navigate back to the Lumi platform where you have logged into today to access this Zoom link. Now, as this is a test vote, we will keep this open for a little while to ensure that everyone has an ample opportunity to vote. However, in accordance with keeping to time, we will limit this at some point. So thank you to those who have already voted. I can see that we have a well over 50% of those voted. A reminder of how to vote. You will need to just simply select the options presented to you on a screen. You can change your vote at any point by selecting your preferred choice. This choice will then be highlighted and you will also get a vote received confirmation text. That is confirmation that your vote has been received by us here at Lumi. And of course, a reminder to all, we can only see the number of votes that are coming in. We cannot see how you have voted, and we cannot see who has voted. Now, in the essence of time, I can comfortably see that we've got over 75% of people that have successfully voted in this test run. I therefore ask if there is any questions, any issues, and if so, we will look to bring this to a close shortly.
Carl, the simple majority is 72 and not 71 vote.
Thank you.
Anyone has problem with the test voting? Once again, has anyone experienced difficulty on the test voting? Carl, we have a question from Macau.
Absolutely, we can allow that.
Where is the button for voting? On the screen.
So hello, Mikhail. So as mentioned, voting will not happen within Zoom. You need to log on to the Lumi platform or go back to the Lumi platform in order to cast your vote.
Lumi 借投票。
We are trying to do so. Give us some time.
Switch. 你係咪可以整到個畫面嘅？你撳個 escape 係啊。escape 咗之後咧喺上面打。
Macau, I don't think we're going to resolve this online, so please email wdsf@lumiglobal.com with your issue and we will have a look at it. Thank you.
Can you say again the
wdsf@lumiglobal.com. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. The vote will close in 20 seconds.
In the meantime, I would just like to clarify one thing with a simple majority. Of course, what is shown on the slide with 72 votes is the absolute majority. The simple majority is always the yes votes are greater than the no votes, and abstentions are not counted on a simple majority.
Thank you. And the vote is now closed, and I hand back to the president. Thank you.
Thank you. Lumi to announce a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we will just bring that roll call up now. And I can confirm that we have voting delegates from the following countries joining us currently. And this is at the time of the roll call being taken only a minute ago. Armenia, Australia, Austria, Belarus, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Ecuador, England, Finland, France, Georgia, also holding a proxy for Azerbaijan, also a voting member from Georgia, Germany, who is also holding a proxy for Thailand, Greece, a WDSF honorary member, Hong Kong, Hungary, Iceland, India, Indonesia, Ireland, who is also holding a proxy for Scotland, Israel, Italy, a WDSF honorary member, Japan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Latvia, Lebanon, Lesotho, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Macedonia, who is also holding a proxy for Montenegro, Malaysia, Malta, who is also holding a proxy for San Marino, Moldova, Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, the People's Republic of China, Philippines, Poland, who is also holding a proxy for Albania, Portugal, Romania, Russia, Serbia, Singapore, who is also holding a proxy for Chinese Taipei, Singapore as well, Slovakia, Slovenia, South Africa, South Korea, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Trinidad and Tobago, Turkey, Ukraine, United States, Uzbekistan, Vietnam, Wales, and the WRRC member. To confirm, that is all the voting members that are currently joining us as of time of running this report just over a minute ago. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next slide, please. The Presidium proposes that this meeting appoint Mr. Gionfeli to be the recording secretary. As recording secretary for the minutes for the 2021 WDSF annual general meeting. Please note that this meeting is being recorded to be able to produce the minutes of the AGM. This meeting is also being broadcasted on the WDSF website. Are there any other persons who object to Mr. Gionfeli being appointed as recording secretary for the minutes of the annual general meeting? We have someone who raised a question. Please unmute Lumi, please unmute Boris. From
They
Israel.
do that themselves, Mr. President. We have asked them to do so.
Boris, do you want to speak?
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. I'm trying to vote. I was trying to vote when it was the trying section, and I couldn't do this. I had no in my screen any possibility to do this.
Lumi, can you advise him?
Yep, so I can see that as the voting delegate, you are of course logged on to Lumi, so you will just need to navigate back to the Lumi webpage where you logged in today to get the Zoom link to join this meeting. You will need to navigate back to your internet browser to do so. Obviously, the vote is no longer open. However, at the next vote, that is where you will need to navigate to in order to cast your vote.
Okay. Thank you. I will try.
Thank you.
Hearing no objection, Mr. Foley, I thank you for serving in this capacity for WDSF. Next slide. Now I would like to specially welcome representing the WDSF Professional Division, associate members, and collaborating organizations. From WDSF, Honorary Member Heinz Speaker and Jim Fraser. President of WRRC, Miriam Kapan Isaac. Director of WDSF Professional Division, Verena Sulek. DanceSport Europe President, Robert Volta. DanceSport Asia President, Crossan Ingwerten. I would also like to specially welcome Eric Stelly, WDSF Disciplinary Council President. Natasha Ambrose, Chair of the Technical Commission of the Education Department. Herbert Waller, Chair of the Anti-Doping Commission. Dr. Patricia Merchant, Chair of the Medical Commission. Dr. Rainbow Ho, Chair of the Sports for All Commission. Ninette Jeftik, Chair of the Membership Commission. Dragana Marchand, Interim Chair of the Equality Commission. Peter Horacek, Chair of the Historical Commission. Glenn Weiss, Chair of the Adjudicators Commission. Ashley Williamson, Chair of the Athletes Commission. Lina Luisvara, Chair of the Entourage Commission. Lina Arbison, Chair of the DanceSport Discipline Development Commission. Last but certainly not least, Sandra Nori, Chair of the Ethics Committee. Antiro Component Ethics Committee Secretary. Next slide. I also take this opportunity to welcome in alphabetical order of the national member bodies, the newly elected presidents. From Argentina, Roberto Cano. From Belarus, Anton Yuspa. From Croatia, Dragana Marcin. From Cyprus, Angela Giorgio. From Ireland, Nicole Kelly. From Italy, Enzo Restiniti. From Morocco, Salma Benani. From Panama, Luis Campbell. From USA, Ken Richards. Next slide. Excused from this meeting are Mr. Rudolph Baumann, Honorary Live President of WDSF. Mr. Lucas Hinder, also Honorary Live President of WDSF. Honorary Member, Honorary President of IPDSC as the predecessor of WDSF PD, Peter Maxwell. Next slide. At this time in the meeting, we recognize friends and colleagues in the DanceSport community who have passed away. Klaus Peter Bonnebo of Austria. Mary Caulfield of England. Andre Jolicoeur of Canada. Guido Mairo of Italy. Wolfgang Steuer of Germany. I now request a moment of silence in remembrance for the following persons. Thank you very much. My apology, we have to also welcome a newly elected president from Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Kicho Gosin. Welcome to the meeting. Next slide. We now proceed to the adoption of the agenda for this annual general meeting, which is found in the WDSF AGM e-booklet, pages 8 to 13. Do you have any questions or motions to change this agenda? I hear no questions or motion to change this agenda. Lumi, can you please conduct the vote to approve the agenda?
He's opening it. Yeah, just to confirm, Mr. President, the vote is now open.
The vote is now open to approve the agenda of the meeting.
The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. Thank you, Mr. President.
We'll see the result. Total possible votes 144. Valid votes cast 128. Yes vote 126 and no vote 2. The motion is carried. Thank you. Next slide, please. We now come to the question of allocation of time for each agenda item for this meeting. As we have decided many years ago, we must create a balance between the right to be able to discuss matters and the necessity to finish all the meetings business within the limited time available to us today. As approved by the WDSF Presidium on July 15, 2021, comments and questions for agenda items is limited to 1 minute of speaking time. During the elections, candidates for the president's position may speak for 5 minutes each. Candidates for the other presidium positions may speak for 2 minutes each. After the statement of the candidate, the delegates of the AGM may comment or ask questions to the candidates. In general, the speaking time for comments or questions to the candidates is limited to 1 minute. Sergei Nifontov will ring a bell once 30 seconds before the time is up and ring a bell twice when the time is up. After the bell is rung twice, the microphone will be muted by the technical team Lumi. Sergei will not be the person muting the microphone. It will be Lumi. Please now proceed to the Lumi platform to vote on the guidelines for speaking time. We have a questions from Israel. Lumi, can you allow Israel to speak?
Sorry, Mr. President, can I just confirm, have we opened that vote or formally? Yes. Are you happy that that vote is now open?
Okay, the vote is now open.
Thank you. And would you still like that question?
What do you say?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You had a question, Israel.
I still cannot vote.
Okay, and can you confirm, are you looking at the Lumi platform or are you looking at Zoom?
I have to exit and enter again from the beginning?
No, not at all. You just need to minimize Zoom using the minus in your top right-hand corner if you're on a laptop, and just go back to your web page to where you logged in today to cast your vote. This is the same if you did join us on our practice sessions. This is the same procedure.
I have no this possibility. I don't know how to do it. Okay, I'm going to.
So you're heading to the Lumi platform, which is the same place that you joined us this morning, where you logged in with your unique credentials sent to you by email. And from there, you were then able to log in and click on this Zoom link. That is the place that you need to find. That is the place that will be having the vote open. And for everyone else, the vote is still open and has been for 2 minutes. Therefore, the vote will be open for you once you join Lumi.
Okay, I'm trying to solve this problem, but I don't see this possibility. It's in my computer.
Okay, I mean, if need be, then please follow the instructions on your email that got you to Lumi to start with today in order to join this Zoom. If you follow those instructions from the start on your email, you will arrive back at Lumi. Also within that email is a support email address where we can assist you further in the essence of keeping this meeting on time. I'll now hand to Mr. Gardner in terms of the voting.
The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Total possible votes, 146. Absentee, 1. I beg your pardon, abstention, 1. Valid votes cast, 133. Yes vote, 127. No vote, 6. The motion is carried. We have someone wanting to speak from Slovenia, Fiona Johnson. Lumi, please allow Fiona to speak.
Okay. Can you hear me? Sorry. Okay, I just have one question because there was a few questions asked also in the chat, and this is why I raised the hand. We had 164 votes, but only 133 votes were put on. So where are the absence of the votes? Please, could you explain this? Because now there are 13 votes missing when you calculate everything together. Thank you.
Lumi, can you answer this?
Well, for clarification, there is 12 votes that were missing in the last vote. That is made up of 5 voting members that either made the decision not to vote nor have voted. We can obviously not disclose who those voting members are, but they are people that have decided or have chosen not to vote or may not even be sat in front of their laptop at the point that we have opened the poll.
Thank you. Next slide. The Presidium now proposes the appointment of Edward Gardiner, who is a notary public, as the scrutineer. Mr. Gardiner, please give a brief introduction of your roles.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and hello to everyone. Yeah, so I'm Edward Gardner, and I'm a notary public with the firm of Cheese Rights in the City of London, and I've been appointed by the WDSF today to oversee the electronic voting. So my role is to act completely independently of the WDSF and completely independently of Lumi to verify the voting process, and importantly to make sure that the voting is completely anonymous. And so that's to say that I will just see the number of votes received, and I will not see at all who has voted for who. So thank you. And then I will also be producing a report of the proceedings afterwards, which will be sent to the Secretary General for your records. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Edward. We have two persons who wish to speak. Mr. Victor from Latvia.
Hello. Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome from Latvia. And my question is, when we had the votes in the beginning, it was 142. And now in the last voting, it was 146. How come?
I can answer that, Mr. President, and because more members are joining us, more people are joining the platform as we speak.
But we should be informed every moment when somebody is joining, because majority and 2/3 are changing.
I will leave the DanceSport to answer on that one.
Okay, thanks.
I think if that's the case, we have to re-announce
the
vote. Can we first take the next two questions, then we come back to the announcing of the votes again? Can we allow Mr. Eric Staley to speak?
So the delegate, Mr. Eric, you will need to unmute yourself.
Eric, can you unmute yourself?
We've not got Eric anymore. I don't know if he's lowered his hand.
Next, we have Sergey Believ.
Can you hear me, Mr. President?
Yes, I can hear you, Sergey.
Very well. I support the proposal of Juris from Latvia. I kindly ask you to propose for a technical support to announce before each voting starts the number of delegates present and relevant information, including simple majorities and 2/3. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lumi, can we now announce the number of votes again?
Dear Mr. President,
Yes.
it's Sergey again. Can you treat my proposal as the motion of order, just to have it as a motion of order, procedural motion, to make sure that before each voting, the technical support will announce the number of delegates who are present. Thank you.
We have now a procedural motion from Mr. Sergey Believ. Lumi, please conduct the voting. The motion. The motion is to announce a number of delegates before each vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are just Lumi are just formulating this proposal, which will appear on the voting screen shortly.
In the meantime, can we allow our WDSF honorary member, Mr. Jim Fraser, to speak?
Good morning.
Jim, you can speak.
I already unmuted and I'm unmuting again.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay. Good morning to all delegates. Good afternoon and good evening. It's morning for me. And I would point out in all of the meetings that we've had in the past, the majorities and the numbers of people who are, quote, in the room, unquote, are changing constantly. And I'm not certain how possible it is for Lumi to keep changing these numbers every time somebody's computer stops, for example, every time somebody makes a mistake with the computer. It could really slow the process of the meeting down. The vote that is announced at the end is the vote of the number of people who voted. Sometimes people don't vote. Sometimes they've slipped out to go to the toilet. You can't keep track of this on an ongoing basis in a completely accurate way. So I do not understand the point of the proposal, and I would vote against the motion.
Thank you, Jim. Mark, would you like to give your advice?
Well, it was a procedural motion that has been asked for, and we should vote on the procedural motion. From my point of view, as Lumi can see how many delegates or how many votes are present, it wouldn't be a problem to announce the number just before the voting. From my point of view, this shouldn't be a problem.
Thank you. Lumi, can you do that as what our VP for legal have advised?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that is no problem at all. We can confirm that, and obviously I can do so now, or we can lead to this vote first, whatever the choice is by yourself, Mr. President.
we can announce now as a practice, then we lead to the vote.
Okay, I can confirm that we have 146 votes in present, which makes a simple majority of 74.
So we voted.
Mr. President, if you want to open the procedural motion, it is ready now.
Yes. You have now the results for the procedural motion.
No,
No, you've only just opened it.
The voting is now open.
Okay, the voting is now open. The motion is to announce the number of votes before each voting. You can vote to support or vote against it.
The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Total possible votes 146. Abstention 4. Valid votes cast 132. Yes vote 89 and no vote 43. The motion is carried. Now we go back to approving the scrutineer, Mr. Edward Gardiner.
And Mr. President, before you open the vote, I can confirm that there are still 146 delegates present.
Thank you.
Votes, not votes.
Yeah, voting members. There's still 146 voting members. Thank you. Did you now want to declare the vote open?
Please proceed to the Lumi platform to vote. To vote to delegate the scrutineering to the notary. As a reminder, you're voting for Mr. Edward Gardiner.
The vote will close in 20 seconds.
Once again, you're voting to appoint Mr. Edward as scrutineer for this general meeting?
The vote is now closed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Total possible votes 146, abstention none. Valid votes cast 142. Yes vote 142, none for no vote. The motion is passed. Next slide. The minutes of the 2019 WDSF Annual General Meeting was sent to all WDSF member bodies within 2 months of the adjournment of the 2019 WDSF Annual General Meeting. We received no objections. Please proceed to the Lumi platform to vote on the confirmation of the minutes of the 2019 Annual General Meeting.
Mr. President, I can confirm that the total possible votes is still 146.
Thank you.
The poll will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Total possible votes still at 146. Abstention 4 votes. Valid votes cast 132. Yes vote 132. No vote none. The minutes of the WDSF Annual General Meeting 2019 is passed. We have Lumi, can you allow Mr. Boris to speak again?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, the voting process doesn't work. I have tried on multiple computers and I am on the right platform and yet doesn't allow me to vote. The vote simply doesn't open. My federation has sent the email about half an hour ago to Lumi and there is no answer.
Yes, unfortunately, that was because we were dealing with the voting. However, I can see that we've got your email and we will respond to it. However, you need to be ensuring that you are logged on as your voting member capacity. Now, obviously, we can't disclose the details of your credentials over this broadcasted webinar, but you will need to ensure that you are logged on as your voting capacity, not your non-voting. I can see that both have logged on to Lumi, both at the same time. So you need to ensure you are using your voting credentials to log on to Lumi, and therefore the vote will appear for your voting credentials only. You'll be able to tell what is the voting credentials because it will reference voting member in the email sent to you by Lumi.
Okay.
Boris, are you happy with the answer?
I will try one more time, but I'm not sure if I will try.
Boris, did you come for the practice session?
Yes, I was yesterday, and it was fun. Everything was good.
Oh.
Yes. Okay, I will try again. Thank you.
Thank you, Boris. We have a delegate from Switzerland, Bridget Staley, who wish to speak. Lumi, please allow her to speak.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my question is the following. If we have 146 countries and we only have 140, for instance, then the missing 6 should, we should see that they do not vote or they are absent. You have yes votes, no votes, and then you have absence votes, and the total must be 146. Otherwise, it's really strange for us.
Can I just provide some clarification that it's 146 valid votes, not voting members. So voting members represent more than just one vote. So therefore it is not 146 federations, that is 146 votes that are being cast.
That's not my question. At the end, we must have a total of 146 votes. And the missing votes must be abstentions. Then you have yes votes, you have no votes, and then you have abstentions votes, and the total must be 146. That's my logic.
May I interrupt there?
Yes,
there is also one other category, which is a no vote. That means persons who are logged on to the platform and simply don't cast any vote. And this is the total number is yes votes, no votes, and abstentions plus no votes. And there is the difference between the total persons who are logged on to the Lumi platform and the persons who have casted their votes. So that's how one can see the difference.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
It's just strange for us, but we can accept this.
Thank you. Now, can we allow USA, Mr. Ken Richards, to speak?
Hello, fellow delegates. I have a similar concern, is that now that we are practicing and we are moving through the agenda and we are voting, we are seeing that a number of our delegates are either not able to vote, potentially not understanding the system, or having a technical difficulty. But it's important that all of us have a chance to have our opinions reflected in this democratic process. So we have posted in the chat from the USA a point of order that we have to make an opportunity to ensure that all of the countries are counted for. If Lumi can see that there are 6 countries that did not cast a vote, then there should be some sort of a prompt message sent to those countries, or perhaps a chat privately with that country to allow them to cast their vote another way, so it can be accumulated into the total vote, or perhaps they can send an email. But we must make accommodation for any of our fellow delegates that are not able to access this system.
I must just correct you that in the terms of, as the independent voting provider for this Congress, we cannot see who and how people have voted. So therefore, we would not be able to respond to anyone in terms of being able to assist them with voting. We as Lumi have obviously provided 2 training sessions where the majority of people have been able to successfully vote. And of course, as we open the votes, we are responding to any problems, as I referenced the colleague earlier, we are dealing with them as we can. We therefore are not able, because it is a independent vote and an anonymous vote, sorry, we are therefore not able to see who hasn't voted because it is anonymous.
I understood you earlier to say that you could see which countries had not voted. And I'm not asking you to share that information, but I'm asking for you to reach back out. So if USA failed to cast a vote before you close the vote, you would send me a message that said, voting closes in 10 seconds. Do you want to cast your vote or something, so that we're all prompted and we don't miss the vote?
We still can't
if
see
I
how
need
you
another
voted.
opportunity to do that.
This system still does not show us as Lumi how we have voted, and that is of course enforced by your public notary that is joining us, and I'm sure I can obviously allow Mr. Gardner to confirm that we are just on the screen, the voting screen that we are controlling, we can just see the number of votes coming in. We have no reference to delegates' details in terms of voting.
And I can confirm that we can see who is registered, but we don't have any information about who actually votes and how they vote.
Then we need to accommodate those that maybe are having trouble voting in some manner. Is there another option besides the system that they can send you an email directly with their vote?
And in 10 minutes, we're going to have a break. Can we ask Lumi before the election to help those people who has problem during the break?
We can, but they would need to identify themselves to us via the support email. And we have only ever had one person do that, who is the colleague from Israel, who we are currently dealing with offline. Apart from that, we have had no other reason to gauge any need for support. So therefore, everyone else has got the valid chance to vote and are therefore either choosing not to vote or have not relayed any issues to us at Lumi.
And we will try to help them, Israel, during the break. Is that okay with you?
That would be most appreciated. And hopefully those delegates that haven't had an opportunity to vote, please make sure you take advantage of that. And let's put the email again up in the chat so that people can find it.
Please email Lumi. So afterward, in 10 minutes time, when we take a 10 minutes break, if that is not enough to solve the problem, we will extend the break.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have now also question from Switzerland, Bridget Sally.
Switzerland, if you're able to unmute yourself, please.
Yes, I'm sorry, I did not lower the hand.
Oh, okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay. Before we move on to item 9 of the agenda, please note that except for the financial report and the budget, the annual reports of WDSF office holders and WDSF commissions will not be presented individually. During the discussion phase, delegates may ask questions to the WDSF office holders and WDSF commissions chairs. As a reminder, please limit your questions to 1 minute long. As previously announced on 20th July 2021 via email, I propose that the reports of the WDSF office holders are approved en bloc, except except for the, I beg your pardon, except for the financial reports. If you disagree, please raise your hand or write in the chat. Then we will have a procedural vote on whether to vote en bloc or separately. We have a question from Alberto.
Dear Mr. President, dear delegates, good morning. We don't agree with this proposal because reading all the reports, not all are the same and they don't have the same quality. So there are good reports and poor reports. And if we approve all together, maybe we are approving something that we don't agree. So thank you very much.
Alberto, are you making a motion?
Yes, I make a motion to have reports approved individually.
That means we're going to vote for all reports individually, and that will take a very long time. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Is that what do you mean? Or do you want to propose certain reports to be voted separately and the rest can be voted en bloc?
I would like each report individually.
So now we have a motion. The motion is to vote for each report individually. Lumi, can you please conduct the vote on this? Once again, the vote is to vote for each report individually.
Sorry, it's Lumi here. We're just building that following the wording sent to us, and we will give confirmation when we are ready to open that poll.
Sergey Believ would like to speak. Lumi, can we let him speak? I think it's relevant to this. Sergey, can you speak now?
Yes, can you hear me now, Mr. President?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. This is relevant and this is a question to Mark. Mark, could you please tell us, do we have to vote on each procedural motion? Or maybe if the chair of the meeting would agree with proposal and there are no further objection, he can accept this by himself?
I would recommend to vote on those procedural motions because this might not reflect the majority to say yes and no, and sometimes in the discussions it is not really feasible to see who is voting yes and no, and therefore if a procedural motion is asked for, I would vote on it.
Okay, so in online format you think that this is the more appropriate procedure?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergey.
So sorry, Mr. President, it's Lumi here. We are ready to open that poll and I will hand it over to Mr. Gardner.
And Mr. President, I can also confirm that the total possible votes are still 146. Thank you. If you would like to open the poll. Yeah.
Please proceed to the Lumi platform to vote on this procedural motion. The proposed motion is to vote for each report individually.
The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Total possible votes 146, abstention 2, valid votes cast 142, yes vote 57, no vote 85. The motion is not carried. All reports of WDSF office holders and commissioners will be voted en bloc, except for the financial report and budgets. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been now 1 hour and a half since the start of the meeting. I think we all need a short break. I will now announce a break of 10 minutes. Is there any objection to this? No objection. See you in 10 minutes. Lumi, please move on to the next slide. They're not back. Lumi, are you back?
Yes, Mr. President, we are here.
Thank you. Please change the slide.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Delegates, welcome back to the 2021 Annual General Meeting of the World DanceSport Federation. Now we proceed to item 9 of the agenda. I will name each of the reports and you can ask questions. The vote for approval for reports en bloc will be at the end. On item 9, we have first the President's report. Is there any questions on the President's report? We have a delegate from Norway.
Dear Mr. President, on page 41 of your report, you mentioned that the WDSF is looking into some long-term strategies to grow the federation financially following the pandemic. I'm wondering if you could please elaborate and tell us a bit more about one or two of these long-term strategies and what they entail. Thank you.
We have a few plans here. That is the most important aspect of this will be to start the competition for breaking discipline. And we are now currently negotiating with sponsors who are proposing very interesting ideas to WDSF because of our inclusion in the Olympic Games. So these are some of the things that we are working on now. And we are also planning for new competitions for standard and Latins. That is a national level ranking competitions for games. So at the moment, we only do selections of games at World Championships and also continental competitions. But it is very important to start at national level. For example, we have a huge number of athletes in China, but registered athletes, there are only a small number dancing WDSF events because of the difficulty to travel. So with these ranking competitions, we can increase the number of athletes registered with the WDSF. So these are some of the plans we have.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you very much. Next, we have Fiona Johnson from Slovenia.
Mr. President, I believe they've lowered their hand now.
Okay. We have Albert Hakoyan. Also lower the hand.
Hello, are you hear me?
Albert, yes.
Hello, everybody. Dear President, the Armenian Federation carefully studied the submitted reports. In this regard, I have a question for you. What mechanism do you have as a president to monitor the success of the work of the commissions accountable to you and their leaders? Thank you.
Can you ask the question again? Because I can't hear you clearly.
I say that Armenian Federation carefully studied the submitted reports. In this regard, I have a question for you. What mechanism do you have as a president to monitor the success of the work of the commissions accountable to you and their leaders? Now clear?
Yes.
Thank you.
We need to establish constant communications. I know that we have many commissions. Some are very active, some are less active. And this is one aspect that we need to monitor closely all the time to make sure that if they can deliver what they're supposed to for the WDSF. Otherwise, we will have to make changes to change the commissions. Does that answer your question?
Yes, but
thank you, Albert.
Thank you.
Lumi, can you unmute Fiona Johnson from Slovenia? Fiona?
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. First of all, thank you for your exhaustively long written report. We very much appreciate it. But the Slovenian Dance Federation has some questions. On page 74, we have vision and long-term strategies. And we would like to know something. As a highly functional national member organization that works as an umbrella organization for all dance sport forms since 30 years, we would like to know when will WDSF start to work on a new structure to really be a World Dance Federation friendly to other international organizations that are already associated or want to be associated, to be a little bit more friendly to national members, and maybe follow the new structures that have been very successfully implemented in other sports organizations. Question number 2 is, we would also like to know, following page 44, the substance and the real reason why the Red Bull contract, even as it was not a cash sponsorship agreement, was not signed. Sometimes payment of advisors, office costs, judges, and costs for helping organizing breaking events would be enough and much better than nothing. And third one, from page 45, we and our
Fiona, I'm sorry, Fiona.
Oh, sorry.
Can we go one at a time?
No problem. I just knew that there is 1 minute, so I just ran like a train.
No, because you have multiple questions, I think we can go one at a time.
No problem.
Yes.
Just that I don't lose my 1 minute. I respect your rules.
The first one.
Go. So yes.
The first one, can you ask again?
The first one was that we would like to know when will WDSF start to work on new structures to be more federation friendly to other already associated or associations of other international dance organizations, maybe to think a bit more friendly towards national members, and to follow the new structures that were being successfully implemented in other sports organizations.
Okay, to answer to the first question, we are always friendly to other federations who are of interest to WDSF and can be our partners. For example, we never have good relationship for a long time with International Cheerleading Union. Yes, as a president in the as a president in the last 3 years, I have now established a very, very good friendship with ICU, and we are constantly communicating with them. So this is one example, and we have also now working with Paralympic federations, which we are going to have a lot of projects with them. So I would say that WDSF is a friendly federation. We are working with people who wants to work with us, or we will approach people that to work with them that will benefit WDSF as a world federation. I have no problem with that.
Okay, I still don't, and thank you for your answer. But as I know, since 1 week ago, ICU is a full International Cheer Union is a full member of the International Olympic Committee. So we are not talking about cooperation, or we are not talking about associated members. You are talking about equal partners. But thank you for your answer. It's clear. So to go to number two. Question number 2 is that we would like to know the substance and the real reason why the Red Bull contract, even as in your report, it's written that it was not a cash sponsorship agreement, was not signed. I know we received a lot of emails, but at the end, those emails did not answer in details, because sometimes we know that payment of advisors, office costs, judges, costs of organizing breaking events are enough and are very much sufficient, and they help in the financial situation, especially after COVID-19, where we all know we all suffered a lot. And for sure, something is much better than nothing. So I would like to, not I, but Slovenian Dance Federation, we would really like to know the substance, because at the end we are members, and also the real reason why this was cancelled. Thank you.
Mr. President, it's Tony Tilleni, the Treasurer. I would like to answer that question if I could.
Okay, please go on.
Thank you very, very much, Fiona. And I just want to acknowledge that you also represent the IDO. And so that potentially is a conflict of interest, because IDO wrote to the International Olympic Committee and to GAIF seeking to undermine WDSF's recognition by the International Olympic Committee and our staging of breaking at Paris 2024. So delegates, please, there are ulterior motives to this question. But let me say this to you. When I gave you my report, the beginning of the report was very clear. I explained to you what happened. We had a situation where basically we signed a memorandum of understanding and there were a lot of holes in it. There was a lack of clarity. There was a lack of definition. There was a lack of understanding in terms of control and undue influence that Red Bull wanted to exert. And WDSF has an obligation to the International Olympic Committee to make sure that WDSF remains independent and that we integrate breaking into WDSF. That is our obligation for Paris 2024. Now, subject to successful negotiations of the terms and conditions of that memorandum of understanding, yes, we were interested in doing a deal, but only if it was a fair deal to WDSF, its members, and to the breakers. And to be in a position where the breakers would effectively be forced to go through Red Bull was outrageous. And so we actually engaged Jean-Pierre Morand, who is an expert in these agreements. In fact, his last agreement was for the America's Cup. And Mr. Morand was given the task of trying to negotiate the terms and conditions of that agreement. And Red Bull basically was not prepared to clarify those terms and conditions. And in fact, we have been waiting for months to receive a copy of the draft contract, which we never received. So if I can explain to you, if we had been prepared, or if Red Bull had been prepared to provide adequate protections adequate definition, adequate clarity, which I've explained in my report to produce a final agreement, and that they didn't have too much influence and control to exert or exerted by a commercial organisation with its own legitimate and understandable commercial interests. But these interests of Red Bull did not align with WDSF's mission to manage the sport independently as expected by the IOC and act in the best interests of members and breakers. And I also ask you, Fiona, if any WDSF member body or athlete or the IOC or another commercial organisation would accept that it was a good deal if no cash would be provided to WDSF to pay for operating overheads. Zero cash, zero control over any cash. So the bottom line is that I gave you a very detailed explanation. It's on page 67 of the booklet, and I refer members to that. But at the end of the day, we are protecting the members, we are protecting the athletes, and we are making sure that we fulfill our obligations to the IOC. I do not accept that it was a mistake that the contract didn't proceed. There was not 6 million euros. There was not 8 million euros. I am proud of the fact that the WDSF Managing Committee had the courage to look Red Bull in the eye and say, no, unless the terms and conditions are fair and reasonable, we are not going to proceed. It was the right decision. And commercially, as an accountant of 40 years, we should be smart enough, astute enough, and commercially realistic that we can't give up something that we will help to bring to the Olympics, which eventually will keep the door open for breaking and for another dance discipline, so that in 2028 or 2032, we will hopefully get other disciplines into the Olympics. We've got to keep the door open. But please, if somebody wants to make a statement and wants to criticize us for not agreeing to be unfairly compromised by Red Bull, then please, let's be honest about it. I am sick to death of people criticizing us for making the absolute correct commercial and sporting decision. Thank you, Mr. President.
I would also like to add that yes. I can only say so much with respect to Red Bull. They are not our enemies. They are still working with some of our national member bodies, and we have also respected their decision to terminate. They terminated, we didn't terminate. We are halfway through the negotiation, and I have made one very important announcement on my last meeting with Red Bull that we can still continue working with you. We need to reduce the number of working groups, and these working groups have to be reduced because WDSF has to be the governing body of the sports, and we have to be responsible for the training of the judges and the licensing and the selection of judges. I think this is very important for us to operate as an Olympic Federation, and this is very important. It's for protection of WDSF as well as the reputation of Red Bull. So after that meeting, few days later, Red Bull terminated the agreement. Obviously, they didn't find enough interest to continue this partnership. It's not a sponsorship, but a partnership. But we still respect their decisions. If, as we go on to develop breaking, if Red Bull have new plans to come back, we welcome them. We'll work with them again. There's no problem as long as the interests of our national member bodies are protected. Thank you very much. Is that okay? Can we go on to the next question?
Just to say something, thank you very much. I appreciate all the answers. I was just surprised because then Red Bull announced that they are partners of skateboarding in Tokyo. So for me, this is concluded. Thank you. Another thing came out of our breaking community. It was the announcement that Jean Laurent is not anymore the breaking contact in WDSF. We have all appreciated him very much because of his high connections in the world of sport, because of of his professional work, because of his expertise as a member of organizing teams at different Olympic Games. And our breaking community is now asking how it will be continued and in what way. We have read all the reports, but still there are very big shoes to step in. Thank you. With this, I conclude all my questions from DanceSport Federation of Slovenia.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, as a timekeeper, I just want to remind to all national member bodies that we have 1 minute. Slovenia has vastly superseded this time, so please try to stick to 1 minute time, so we are keeping our AGM on time or reasonably on time. Thank you.
To answer the question, I have very clear guidelines from IOC, and they want us to be the governing body for the sport of breaking and bring breaking to the Olympic Games. And what we need to do is not just to depend on one person to negotiate for us, as in the past. During the time of John Oran, yes, he did a good job, but it is time after the announcement of Paris, we need to start, continue to strengthen and develop the breaking division to include, as a directive coming from the IOC, to include the rear breakers. And this is what we are doing precisely. We have very important, very famous breakers now in the breaking division working with us side by side. So they already started the judging system, and we started announcing the first judging licensing for the threefold judging system, and that will follow with the trivium, which will be used in the Olympic Games. So it is very important we take the instruction of the IOC and follow the instruction closely to develop breaking with the breakers, with a whole group of breakers. And so to fulfill this, we have a possibility of going past Paris 2024 and into the future Olympic Games. So Paris is our first. I would wish it would not be our last. It has to be continuation of Olympic Games for the sport. And hopefully we even can bring the other discipline. If we have a very successful breaking in Paris, we will likely to attract more interest to other dance discipline in the WDSF. Thank you very much. I hope I've answered you to your satisfaction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Now we have Spain. Luis Vanio. Luis?
Sorry, I not demand the voice, not.
Yeah, I can hear you. Luis, you can speak now.
No, Mr. President, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Now we have Ken Richards from USA. Ken?
Mr. President, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Very good, thank you. So I put my question for you in the chat. It's regarding a statement in your president's report with respects to Red Bull, based on the information that we were just told in the prior discussion. It's a little confusing. On one hand, it sounds as if we have open arms to welcome Red Bull into future negotiations. On another hand, it sounds as if it was a good thing that we did not go forward with Red Bull, and we would be smart not to do that. You say there are a number of member bodies that have a relationship with Red Bull. I would be curious to know who they are, because I know how it worked in the USA with respects to our negotiations. And I'm just wondering what member bodies did so that we can maybe reach out to them and have some further discussions with them. But at the same time, just in general, should we be pursuing a relationship with Red Bull as a national member body, or should we not?
Thank you, Ken. Now, based on the MOU that we have with Red Bull, we have several requests to change the MOU to improve on it so that we can find solutions to work with them. And that MOU didn't provide the right formula for both us and Red Bull. So Red Bull terminated it. And moving on, several of our national member bodies are working with their local national Red Bull company. For example, I know that Red Bull is Hong Kong is talking with our member body in Hong Kong, and also Red Bull in Chinese Taipei is talking with national member body as well. And as far as I know now, France has also asked that they have very good meeting with Red Bull France. Can they go on to work with Red Bull? And my answer to them is absolutely, definitely yes. Yes, they can work out some arrangement that is good for them and good for Red Bull. They should go on. And in future, as we develop as a World Federation, taking care of breaking, I do not know, maybe in a year's time when there are a lot of opportunities where we started all the selection competitions, qualifying events, if Red Bull find interesting, they may come back to negotiate with us. This is what I meant.
I understand. There's a follow-up. So I just understood the wording in your report. You say our national member bodies are now working with Red Bull. The three examples you gave me is that they are having conversations. What you mean by working is that they're talking. They're not actually receiving financial support or working with them at this point.
From what I know, France is working with them.
Okay, then I will reach out to the delegate from France and ask for some more feedback from them.
Yes,
thank you for your time.
I know they have more than one meeting already, which is very good.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, can you unmute Sergey? Lumi, can you? Is Sergey coming on?
I think I'm here now, Mr. President.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
Or you go missing, so.
Okay, fantastic. Please allow me one technical comment to your report. It's on page 44, where you speak about annual General Assembly of DanceSport Europe, referring that it was the DanceSport Europe who organized first online annual General Assembly. And the date you refer is June 12, 2021. I kindly ask for correction because actually the first DanceSport Europe Annual General Assembly has been organized on 18th of December 2020. And on June 12, 2021, this was the following second online Annual General Assembly. So this is just a technical comment from the point of clarity.
Thank you very much, Sergey. Thank you. And release. Lumi, can you unmute Thabo?
Okay, I think I'm on now. Mr. President and all the delegates, this is Thabo from South Africa. Mr. President, I just want to take you through to your report, and more specifically when you referring to the vision for WDSF and long-term strategies. I do appreciate your efforts and the passion that we have around breaking, but I do believe that I think the breaking part of it in this whole WDSF is seemingly taking more of your time than making sure that the entire WDSF is well recognized and is inclusive. Within your vision, I'm not seeing anywhere where you're speaking to continents, and I'm not seeing anywhere where Africa is being considered to play a major part in the long vision of WDSF. I'll sound like a deja vu here now, because I think in our 2019 AGM, I did mention that I don't believe that we're doing enough for Africa. At this stage, I haven't seen anything moving in that regard. So your way of working, I do appreciate it, but I do believe that we're not doing enough effort. We're not putting any effort actually in terms of the continental approach. And I would like to task you, Mr. President, that you look into that, and asking you again, why is it that your long-term vision doesn't talk to anywhere around Africa being considered in any of your communication? Thank you.
Currently, on a request basis, it has been made available to less developing countries in DanceSport to access books and videos when asked for. I have also personally identified and appointed and sent trainers to some of these countries. So I think it's important also that African countries, when you need help, you reach out to us. And like, for example, Uganda, there are a possible new member bodies. They have reached out to us and they have asked us, for example, to attend meetings, attend congresses, and we allow them to attend to help them. So I think it's very important that we work together with the national member bodies, and we want them to also initiate their interest in certain areas that they would like to develop. And one of the ways to move forward to continue to help African countries is to perhaps we have a federations like DanceSport Asia, DanceSport Europe, we can have DanceSport Africa, and we can work on in that direction. I think that will be very fruitful, so that we can always hear what you want from us and what you need from us. So I think we have to maintain two-way communications. Is that okay for you, Thabo?
Yeah, that's okay. Maybe if you just in closing, just not to waste time. I think one thing that we need to put upfront to the rest of the managing committee or the Presidium is that if we want to regard WDSF as a global body, we need to work together, not us and them, because I feel like you're pushing more of us and them in a sense that we need to hear about you and us. So I think we need to just change that vocabulary to we are all in this together, and we need to indeed be inclusive in this, because you cannot take decisions of the globe without including other continents in terms of taking those decisions. Because even with formats of competitions and all those things that we are proposing, they are not inclusive. They are only talking to Europe and those countries that can afford to be part of that journey. So hence I'm saying, let us run away from us and them. And I really appreciate it if you can start literally including us, because now at this stage we definitely feel neglected. And I think the legal people who in the near future and the constitutional amendment needs to talk to the inclusivity of all the continents in the WDSF Presidium. And that can be a motion for the later stage. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thabo, I also like to add on, with the inclusion of breaking into the Olympic Games, we have to include all 5 continents. So it is very important every time when we have meeting with the IOC, we are talking about 5 continents and not just Asia and Europe. So we have to pay attention to all 5 continents, and I think this will be definitely the direction that we move forward. The WDSF must move forward in that direction. And I can tell you that the Africa will not be left out now. It will be equal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have a delegate from Norway.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a question for point of clarity to Slovenia's second question. Can you confirm if it was the WDSF that pulled out of the deal with Red Bull, or was it Red Bull who pulled out of the deal? We seem to get conflicting messages from yourself and VP of Finance. Thank you for clarification.
Okay, to clarify that, we have meetings with Red Bull. We have 2 meetings that is run by me. Before that, of course, there are other meetings. And in the second meeting, I announced the WDSF braking division, further development of this braking division, and also reduction of the working group from 5 to 3, because it is very important to protect Red Bull and to protect WDSF. We have to be the one who license judges, who train judges, and who select the judges. This is very important to protect everyone. And so after that, few days later, Red Bull sent us an email to terminate the agreement.
Thank you for clarification.
Thank you. Any further questions on the President's report? Hearing none, I will move on now to the General Secretary's report. Any questions on the General Secretary's report? Hearing none, I will move on now to Vice President for Sports and Sports Commission's report. Any question on this report? Hearing none, I will move on. I beg your pardon, we have now Albert Hakoyan from Armenia.
Are you hear me?
Yes.
Hakobian. Thank you. So I have a question for Nenad. Dear Nenad, I have a question about ranking list. No information has been provided for athletes in respect to world ranking, which was paused. Many participants of recent WSF Open events expected to receive points, which they did not. Many have been complaining that they were not aware that points are not granted. When world ranking is planned to be activated, is there a date? How technically it will work? Is there any development of world ranking regulations in this period? Thank you.
Thank you.
Albert, very much for your question. So, as you already mentioned, the world ranking list is paused because of the well-known crisis what is hit all the world. And in several occasions, we just announced that there are still no ranking points and the ranking list are frozen still. And we also announced that we are planning to restart officially the season 1st of September. We are analyzing situation and considering all the circumstances because of the COVID and because of the situation is different in Europe and the other continents. And we still hope that we're going to start the ranking list and the whole competition system officially on the 1st of September.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. Can Lumi please unmute Karen Patterson from Denmark?
So to the delegate, Karen, you will need to unmute yourself, please, in order to ask your question. Mr.
I try once more. Dear Lena, thank you for your report. In the year, in your report, you say that you make significant work to ensure participations in the 10 Dance European Championship. As an organizer of this event, I wanted to hear such statements considering what obstacles we had to go through during negotiations with you on this championship. I think we had a lot of problems.
Can you repeat? I'm sorry, the connection was not the best. Please.
Yes. That was it.
Hello, Karen, do you hear me? Karen, we hear you. Can you repeat the question?
Yes, I try once more. In the year, in your report, you say that you made significant work to ensure participations in the 10 Dance European Championship. As an organizer of this event, I wanted to hear such statements considering what obstacles we had to go through during negotiations with you on this championship. I thought there was a lot of problems. Thank you.
Okay, I can confirm there was a huge work was done to organize this competition, and I was speaking about from the point of view of the Sport Commission. This doesn't undermine any efforts what Danish Federation did, and also what the local organizer did. And I can confirm that there was a lot of problems from early moment. And as you know, that was the only one official competition what was held in this 2020. It was a huge work was done, first of all, to analyze the situation and see all the possibilities and all the circumstances, if it's at all possible for people to travel. And we did a lot of surveys. We were in contact with all NMBs, and we were exchanged a lot of phone calls, emails, and analysis, and not just that, also the sport officers working on that, and it was very difficult to estimate, is it possible to have this competition or not, this championship? And I confirmed there was a lot of problems, but at the end it was successfully delivered. And that was the only one official championship. And you know that when all the officials arrived in Denmark, that day, the Prime Minister of Danish government just announced that from tomorrow they have more restrictions. So we were lucky that we had this competition at all.
Thank you.
I would also like to add, as I was also involved with this, it is very important for a championship such as a World Championship and the European Championship that we constantly work to ensure there can be a good number of participants before we allow the event to go on. Otherwise, many national member bodies will think that it is so unfair for a major championship to be run when there are so few countries to attend. So of course, I would like to say that this event was a great success, thanks to the Federation, Danish Federation, and also everybody involved in making this event possible. Thank you very much. No further questions. I will move on to the next report. How do we want to do this now? Okay, for the Vice President of Finance and Chief Financial Officer's report, as mentioned, this will be voted separately at the end. So we will return to the slide later. Now we will go on to Vice President for Legal Affairs report and report of the WDSF Legal Commission. Is there any question on the Vice President's for Legal Affairs report? Hearing no question, I move on to Vice President's report. Any question? Hearing no questions, I will move on to Vice President for Communications report. Hearing no questions, I will move on to Vice President for Marketing report. We have a question from Russia. Lumi, can you unmute Russia?
Да. Уважаемый господин президент, уважаемые члены сегодняшней Генеральной Ассамблеи. На основе заслушанного отчета, на основе представленного отчета, я хотела бы задать вопрос господину Глиге.
Based on the report presented, I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Gliga.
Я хотела бы уточнить, за период работы была ли подготовлена маркетинговая стратегия ФТСР? Ой, прошу прощения, маркетинговая стратегия WDSF.
I'd like to clarify if during his work, the marketing strategy of WDSF was prepared.
Я также хотела бы уточнить, были ли привлечены спонсоры при непосредственном участии господина Глиги.
I'd like to know if sponsors were attracted with the direct participation of Liga.
Я также хотела бы уточнить, любая федерация имеет свой брендбук. Имею ли я возможность ознакомиться с брендбуком WDSF и как это можно сделать? Данный вопрос также относится к компетенции вице-президента по маркетингу. Спасибо.
So I'd like to clarify one thing. Every federation has its brand book, and I'd like to know where I can familiarize myself with the brand book. How can I do that? And this issue is in responsibility of Mr. Gliga.
I refer to Vice President Marketing, Vasily Gliga, to answer this question.
Yes.
Sorry, just one point of situation as the minute secretary. I couldn't understand the translation of the last comment.
Если есть необходимость, я могу повторить каждый вопрос.
If there is a necessity, I can repeat every question.
I think it's best to repeat so Guillaume will be clear of what you are asking. If you don't mind, please.
Если вы не против, хотелось бы повторить вопрос, чтобы было понятно, что вас спрашивается.
В таком случае первый вопрос. Была ли подготовлена и утверждена под руководством господина Глиги маркетинговая стратегия WDSF?
Was the marketing strategy of WDSF developed and approved under the control of Mr. Gliga?
Могу ли я ознакомиться с брендбуком WDSF?
Can I get acquainted with the brand book of WDSF?
Каких спонсоров привлек господин Глига для помощи WDSF?
What sponsors did Mr. Gliga attracted to promote WDSF?
Thank you very much.
Okay. I please for translate, do me say, excuse me.
Hello. I will translate for Mr. Gliga for being more specified and more clarifying with the answer. Mr. Gliga was involved in the marketing strategy of the WDSF, but everything he was reporting to the Presidium, and also in the last Presidium meeting in Belgrade, there was a decision to stop finding direct sponsors because we didn't want to interfere with the contract with Red Bull. Mr. Gliga was also addressing to Red Bull directly and to many top 50 companies during the world, and then another top 500 companies in the world, but because of the pandemic situation, we did not receive answers after. And then last year in Belgrade, we had to stop in a way this because there was a two marketing persons who are involved in the new strategy of marketing, which is now discussing in the Presidium. And of course, in the next 4 years, together with these decisions of this company of marketing, there will be a new strategy regarding the WDSF sponsorships.
Are you happy with the answer, Nadezhda?
Иными словами, я понимаю ответ следующий. Стратегии нет, спонсоров нет. Я не спрашивала о контракте с Red Bull, поскольку это касается в большей степени брейкинга. И брендбука как такового нет. Спасибо, я удовлетворена ответом.
By other words, if I got it right, there is no marketing strategy at hand. There are no sponsors, and there is no brand book. I didn't ask about the contract with Red Bull since it concerns braking. So I think that I'm satisfied with the answer. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry for this misunderstanding, and I'm sorry that you understood from all this and from all our report that there was no strategy marketing in the WDSF. Because if you would really read carefully the report, then you would see a very hard work in preparing the strategy and also in preparing the very good catalog in promoting DanceSport all over the companies in worldwide. And we just said that we stopped with the Red Bull last year in January because we didn't want to interfere with the strategy, and because of the Presidium was hiring Mr. Jean Laurent, and he was doing all this job. Also, everybody knows that last year, 2 years ago, it started to change also the logo and everything regarding WDSF. And because there was a discussion last year in a new strategy regarding the new website of the federation, regarding the new images of the federation, of course, we had to work all together. You cannot say that there was no strategy if you read our report, Mr. Gliga's report. Thank you.
Я бы не хотела вступать сейчас в дискуссию, хотя имею что сказать на каждое данное заявление. Как правило, если спонсоры есть, они указываются на сайте. На сайте нет ни одного упоминания о спонсорах WDSF.
I'm not going to go into discussions here, but I have to comment upon every point and every issue mentioned. But generally, if there are sponsors, they are mentioned on the website, but we see no sponsors on the website.
Стратегия также является документом, который подготавливается, обсуждается сообществом, утверждается и размещается на сайте. Возможно, я была не слишком внимательна и буду признательна, если мне укажут, где на это посмотреть. Это же касается брендбука. Я еще раз подчеркиваю, что удовлетворена ответом и не вижу необходимости продолжать дискуссию.
So the same concerns the strategy. It's a document which is developed, discussed in the community, and then adopted, and then also placed on the website. And the same issue is with the brand book. So if I'm not right, so I would be glad if someone tell me where I can get acquainted with this strategy document and with the brand book. Again, I can reiterate that I'm totally satisfied with the answer and see no point in the further discussion.
Dear President, dear delegates, please remember that the question is last only 1 minute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nadezhda.
What Mr. Gliga would like to add also is that I think that he thinks that everybody can imagine that no Grand Slam could be organized, not last year, but the years before. Also the Grand Slam in Bucharest without sponsors and a lot of money received from sponsor companies. And also we don't have to forget about the Swarovski contract with WDSF has, and how important it was to replace that contract, which didn't work anymore. And the strategy which was made was also established in the Presidium meeting last year, and will also, of course, when it will be ready, will be published. In the meantime, there were another discussions with a very big marketing company in Italy, which is located in Italy, and this strategy will, and the proposal for the contract will be in front of the Presidium very soon. We are sure that this year it has to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vasily, for your response. To give everyone an opportunity to speak. If there are no questions, no objections, I beg your pardon. If there are no objections, I suggest to give the floor to the next delegate. Can we now have from Norway?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a question for clarity in respect to Russia's questions. For the minutes, can we please have the name noted that actually answered the questions for Vice President Gliga, as it was not Vice President Gliga that answered, but actually the translator. And for accuracy, the translator should be named, since it's the translator giving the answers to Russia's question. Thank you.
Yes, it's noted.
Thank you very much. Next, can we, Lumi, can you unmute Fitz, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. If the base of the contract of Red Bull is not economic, what did they give us in exchange? The cans of energy drink, because it is not understood. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. I think Mr. Gliga will also have problem with our question. Can you say again, please?
Yes, I'm repeat. If the base of the contract of Red Bull is not economic, what did they give us in exchange? The cans of energy drink, because it is not understood. Thank you.
Mr. President, can I interfere, please, or can I make a comment?
Yes,
this is not something Mr. Gliga was involved with. This is something that was presented to the Presidium in February last year, and it was something that then was undertaken by the Managing Committee. So if later in the meeting you want to ask more questions about Red Bull, I'm very happy to answer them as the Finance Vice President. But in the meantime, this is not Mr. Gliga's responsibility, so I would suggest, if it's okay with the delegate, that we move on.
Is that okay for you, Italy?
Yes, it's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have South Africa. Lumi, can you unmute? Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Maybe just closing before I go to my main point with what we just raised now and with what the Vice President Finance has just mentioned. I don't think it's actually acceptable to say the individual who's responsible for the portfolio is not able to answer for what is supposed to be responsible for, and then other members of the managing committee taking that. I really respect the fact that Mr. Vice President of Finance was fully responsible or participating in the negotiation, but on my end, I'm not comfortable that the sitting member who's responsible for that portfolio is unable to answer. However, let me move straight to what I wanted to ask. I see on the report that there's a comment that the Vice President Marketing mentioned around the international agencies. We just wanted to find out how far are we in terms of appointing such agencies, if any, at this stage, so as we know whether there'll be any movement out of that. And also, if I want the last question with regard to the report as well, are there any commissions set for this portfolio? Because we haven't seen anything that comes out of those commissions. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm sorry. Can I answer this one as well?
Yes,
it's Tony. Look, thank you, Delegate. I appreciate the question, Thabo. The situation is that there have been a couple of meetings, or a few meetings, in fact, with two separate marketing companies. And in fact, the second one came about after it was found out that the Red Bull contract was not going to be proceeded with. But again, that's not being handled by Mr. Gliga. So I'm happy to answer any questions. There are companies interested in doing agreements with us. And in fact, we're talking to them, but we're not at a stage to actually execute a contract, although in both cases, a contract's been supplied.
Through you, Mr. President, thanks a lot for your response. But in closing, what I'm just going to put to this meeting, I'm very concerned that Mr. Vice President Marketing has no powers or control or managing this portfolio to the level where he's supposed to be. And I strongly feel that he's being protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thabo. I would like to also say that the Red Bull is not a sponsorship agreement. This is why the Vice President for Marketing was not involved in this. It was clearly written as a cooperation and a partnership agreement. They work with us together in promotion of breaking. Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Ken Richards from USA.
Hello, delegates. I have a question for Mr. Gliga regarding his reports. I am referencing your report to the annual general meeting for 2019. In that report, it discusses your activities of the prior year, which was 2018, and lists the 40 companies which you've reached out to and send marketing materials to. And then you explain in that time that you only had response from several countries. In your current report, which is for the 2021 AGM, I'm not exactly sure what period of time that covers, but you have the exact same list of the exact same companies in the exact same order. Looks like a copy and paste, I'm sorry, from the previous report. And my question to you again is, what results were there? And was this just a duplication of the work, or was there some new effort done since 2018 that can be clarified for your 2021 report? Thank you.
This report is for 4 years, not for last year.
So this current report covered your activities of the last 4 years?
Yes.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. We have next question from Spain. Lumi, can you unmute?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody, Sean, Mr. President, and all delegates. I just want to make a small note. I think that when we talk about marketing, we are talking about promoting our products. And for the last 2 years, we didn't have so many products to promote. So of course, marketing is very important, but it's important when we have our competition and our product and we can promote this product to sponsors. And in this last 2 years, I understand that it was quite difficult because we didn't have a product to promote. I know from experience in Spain what we did. And for us, the most important things was to create first a good product to show our competitions and after to try to look for sponsorship from some companies for these competitions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Valeria.
Any more questions on Vice President's marketing's report? Hearing none, I will move on to the report of the WDSF Disciplinary Council. Any question for Mr. Eric Stelly? We have question from Portugal, Alberto.
Hello, once again. Compliments to Eric. Just a small, a brief saying that we are lucky that we have a disciplinary council in our federation that go with the decision that they think is right and not are afraid of pressures. So Eric, I know you for many, many years, and you have our support, and I thank you in the name of our federation for your independent work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alberto. We have from Eric Stelly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Roberto, for your words, and I'm very pleased to have that feedback. And yes, not only me, but also the whole team in the Disciplinary Council is really working independently and tries to make a decision which is according to the books. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you, Eric. There's no more questions for the DC report. We now move to the report of the WDSF Membership Commission. Any questions for the WDSF Membership Commission? Hearing none, we now move on to the report of Associate Member World Rock and Roll Confederation. We have a question from South Africa.
Mr. President, they have just they've really opened their hand. We'll just bring them through now.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With regard to the report for membership, I just want to find out what processes are we putting together in terms of making sure that all the members are continuously reporting back into this membership commission, because there's never been a time where our countries or continent or whatever the case might be has been asked to put in reports into the Presidium. So I'm just asking myself if indeed this membership commission or membership portfolio is really working for us, because as it is, we haven't been in a position where there's been continental reports or country reports as they can be put in front of this type of a forum and can be discussed. Is there any plan in that regard from the membership commission? Thank you.
Nanette, would you like to reply this?
Unfortunately, I didn't hear well, first of all, and secondly, when we go to the next point, for a moment I was not concentrated, so I didn't follow from the beginning the question, and the sound was not very good. So I apologize to everyone, but I would appreciate if delegate from South Africa could repeat, but just briefly. The second part I heard, but I would like to hear the complete question, if it's possible. I apologize to all delegates.
No, not a problem, sir. All I wanted to find out is within the portfolio of the membership, is there any way or has there been any time where continents or countries been asked for reports that can be shared with the entire managing committee or the Presidium that have been discussed? Because as it is with the report that is put in front of us, I only see specific countries having conversations with yourself. I'm not sure if there anything that has been asked previously that we can assist with, because I'm not comfortable that we've got this type of meetings and there are no reports from different countries for this level of organization. Thank you.
Well, what I can say that we were always ready to assist all national member bodies and all the countries who are interested to become a member, to advise them, to give them information, but there was no specific plan for reports from the continent. However, I can say that, for example, for South Africa, we were in touch and we have new applicants from South Africa. We are ready actually to support each national member who is willing to join to WDSF or willing to develop the dance sport completely. It doesn't matter which style, because now we have some national member bodies who are just breaking divisions. They have just breaking dancers, breaking athletes, and they just want to join the WDSF and also willing to work for development of Latin standard as well. So if I can answer that, we didn't consider like report from the continents, but I can say that it's well noted. We can work on that, and especially in the last period, if you can, what you could see in the report, we work on the undeveloped, if I can say in that way, regarding the dance sport regions, and we work to support the develop of the dance sport in Latin America and in Africa. So if you remember, so we also granted and had a project before the COVID to organize a competition in Lesotho, but during the COVID crisis and everything, all our projects are canceled.
Thank you very much. In just closing, not to take too much time, you mentioned the application from South Africa. I don't know if it will be for this meeting for you to indicate that or not, because DanceSport South Africa is the only organizing and custodian of dance in South Africa. I'm wondering which other member has made application.
No, it was my mistake. I said South Africa. I was meaning on Africa. I apologize. My mistake.
Okay, noted. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thabo, I think you raised a very important point and a very important reminder for us, especially now we are Olympic Sports Federation. We need to balance all our development as much as possible in all 5 continents. As I said earlier, I think this will be well minuted, and the next Presidium must take note that the development must be equal in 5 continents. We must really take care of this and make sure we go to the Olympic Games in the correct manner. Thank you, Thabo.
Thank you.
we have another member who would like to speak. Portugal.
I have a small question to Miriam. As I understood from a report, there is a certain not conflict, but uncomfortable situation that she feels that communication inside the Presidium doesn't flow. Many decisions as a member, a Presidium member, she knew from outside, from the national member bodies. And looks like from outside that the Presidium is just a small group of people, 3-4 people that decide everything, and the other members don't have a word to say. So I have this direct question to Miriam. What is her feeling about this question? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Hi, everyone. Yes, this was just kind of feeling the last year inside the Presidium, that mostly the Presidium members, we are not so much included in all the discussion, but basically it is the managing committee who is included in all the discussion. And since I represent the associated member, WRC, of course, I'm not a part of let's say, group of people who knows inside things in WDSF. So sometimes I hear some things which are already going on from our members who are from the countries where they have only one federation or similar. So I think for the future, I think this transparency in Presidium must be really well organized, and we need to be sure which things are for general discussion in Presidium and which things are meant for managing committee. Because I had a feeling somehow, together with some other Presidium members, we also wrote a letter, that sometimes it was not understood correctly what is the role of managing committee and what is the role of Presidium, because in the statutes it says that the managing committee must do the everyday business and the strategic planning is for the Presidium, but in real life it was sometimes the other way around. So that's how I saw it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Is that all, Alberto? Yes?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Miriam, for answering this, elaborating on these questions. I think in the last few months, especially after the announcement of the IOC on breaking to be inclusive in the Olympic Games, I think we are going through a difficult time because many topics are to be advised by our advisor, senior advisor, that is highly confidential. I always receive email from him that is highly confidential, and a lot of progress. For example, the possible sponsorship coming from a company, again, they ask us to keep it highly confidential, and so it is difficult. I can say that we will do our best for the good of the federations, and sometimes we are also, as an MC member, is also in a difficult position that we tried once, one of a discussion, it was leaked instantly in one day. And so it get back and it kind of upset our working partner. So we are in a difficult position. I think this should be taken down as important comments for the future Presidium to take note that the future Presidium and the future MC members must take note of this, and they should do whatever they can to improve the situation. Thank you very much. I would like also to remind delegates that we are discussing the reports now. So unless you have a question about the report, please refrain from asking other questions. So we have now the report of the WDSF Adjudicators Commission. Is there any question? Hearing none, I'll move on to report of the WDSF Ethics Committee. Hearing none, I will move on to report of the WDSF Athletes Commission. Hearing none, I will move on to report of the WDSF Anti-Doping Commission. No questions. I will move on to report of the WDSF Technical Commission. No questions. I move now to the report of the WDSF Professional Division. No report. I move now to the report of the WDSF DanceSport Academy. Hearing none, I'll move on to report of the WDSF Medical Commission. No question. I move now to report of the WDSF Sports for All Commission. No question. Now I move to report of the WDSF Equality Commission. We have a question from South Africa, Mr. Tabo.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Looking into the report, and I'm wondering what the Presidium has done with this. I see that the equality that is being referred to here, it's purely around women versus men participation, and to say that also the participation of women is actually worrisome to see the fact that there's no equality. However, our dance style is more especially your ballroom and Latin. If I were to talk about that specifically, it is equally in the equal partnership or equal participation. But the report as it is and the way that it reflected in front of us, it's really not going to represent us very well at the IOC level. If I may ask the commission lead, well, what are the plans that are upfront going to make sure that we're going to address this? And also, what are the terms of reference for this commission as well? Thank you.
Ms. Ragana, would you like to answer this question?
Ragana, if you wish to answer, you need to raise your hand.
Hey, hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Well, I'm not sure if I'm the one that should report on this question, since you can see from the report that I was appointed as interim chair from the end of the mandate. So this decision was made in May. We are now in July. So our work should be just starting. This in our report, we were talking about future long-term goals that we would like to achieve. This question was raised during the MBN's survey. This was also appointed from our Equality Commission last year, just to see as a starting point how we stand with it. But I'm sure there are a lot of difference from country to country. That's why we have stated some of our long-term goals to have this network for equality, not just referring to men and female, other issues also. So if the General Assembly accept this kind of the report, then we can continue as we already wrote in our report.
Thabo, are you happy with the answer?
The other question was around what are the terms of reference for this commission?
What are the reference?
Terms of reference.
I'm not sure if I understand you well. Can you please clarify?
Okay, maybe if I'll try my best to address this in the simplest English I can. What constitutes this commission, and what are the goals for this commission, and what is it that is being put in front of them to ultimately achieve?
Well, as I said to you, these are the questions maybe for WDSF, because I'm not the one that has established this kind of commission, but from my point of view, because I'm just the member of the Equality Commission, I think that we should represent the Equality Commission, not just for women and female, but also to get better knowing what is happening all around, and to encourage young people and young females and males to become a part of the DanceSport movement, not just as athletes, but also as executive members in their organization. That's what is for my opinion. I'm involved in the Equality Commission in Croatia, and I'm sure that in the paper, some of these things are looking quite well. But when we go much more deeper, we see that there is no concrete action that improve or that are enthusiastic for engagement of the women or other, how can I say, maybe in the dance sport, some other social group.
Thabo, are you asking about more attention to be given to different continents in terms of equality? Is that what you mean?
That's one of the points, but however, I really wanted to understand what work has this commission been given to address, hence I'm referring to terms of reference. What is the task that has been given to them? Because sometimes I'll ask questions, whereas they were not even told what to do. You understand? That's why I just, to be fair on them, I wanted to understand what is in front of them that has been put to say that this is your mission, this is what you need to achieve.
If I can add, I started working Equality Commission, as you know, from the AGM in Budapest. I have raised few questions and didn't receive answer. So as I said in the beginning, I think that this question is not addressed to me as a member of Equality Commission, but towards the managing committee or the Presidium to deliver what main tasks are in Equality Commission addressed to the strategy of development of DanceSport.
Thank you very much. I think maybe, Mr. President, just to avoid a dialogue on this item, I'll put it back to the Presidium or to the managing executive to say that we shouldn't have commissions that don't have any roles and responsibilities, because clearly we can see from the answer from the honorable member here that they clearly they didn't know what to do. They just unfortunately guessing what this role is supposed to deliver, but in future, can we correct that in all the commissions?
Thank you, Thabo. Any more questions for Equality Commission? Hearing no questions, we move now to report of the WDSF Entourage Commission. Hearing no questions, we move now to report of the WDSF DanceSport Discipline Development Commission. Hearing no question, we move now to the report of the WDSF Historical Commission. Hearing no question, we move now to the report of the DanceSport Europe. No questions. We move now to report of DanceSport Asia. No question. Those are the reports that you have received as part of the AGM e-booklet sent to you by email on 25th June 2021. The e-booklet is also available for download on the WDSF website under the meeting calendar page. Remember the meeting calendar page. Now that questions have been answered, as mentioned, the Presidium proposes that all these reports, aside from the financial report and the budget, are to be voted en bloc. If there are no further questions or objections, please proceed to the Lumi platform to vote for approval of the reports en bloc, aside from the financial report.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I can confirm that the number of people registered is still 146. The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Total possible votes remain at 146. Abstention 8. Valid votes cast 134. Yes vote is 120. No vote 14. The remaining reports are approved. Thank you. We now go on to a short break of 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, welcome back to the 2021 WDSF Annual General Meeting. Carl, please, can you go back to slide 25, the finance report?
What page?
Now I would like to pass the floor to Tony Delaney, Vice President for Finance, to present the finance reports and budgets.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I actually start my presentation, I would like to bring something to your attention. So before I speak on the 2020 WDSF audited financial statements, the 2021 revised budget, and the 2022 provisional budget, we all know that there have been many claims about WDSF's financial position and the budgets, and these are hugely important topics of discussion. Therefore, if there are no objections, I ask that the time rules be suspended so that I have additional time to fully and completely explain to delegates each of the items which require votes. If there's no objections.
Just to clarify, there is no time rule for answering questions and there is no time limit for the presentation of the reports. It's only for asking questions and the presentation of the candidates where we have time limits.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mark. That's great. Dear delegates, the WDSF auditors are professional accountants licensed in Switzerland who have access to all files, all ledgers, all journals, all reports, each and every year. The auditors are professionally and legally obligated to report any concerns to members. They have never expressed any concerns. I point out that in the 2020 and 21 financial years, WDSF has already received $560,000 to help pay for breaking. Let me say that again, $560,000 to pay for breaking. Therefore, Latin and Standard are not and will not be paying for breaking and Paris 2024. Please also understand that every year, the IOC asks all recognised sports federations, including WDSF, for our financial reports and exactly knows about the financial impacts of COVID-19 on WDSF. And they still approved the entry of breaking and WDSF into Paris 2024. Delegates, the IOC has a plan which will gradually be revealed over time. I ask delegates to have faith that the IOC, which is WDSF's ultimate partner and best partner, knows exactly what they are doing. You wouldn't think anything else. The International Olympic Committee have faith in WDSF, and WDSF has faith in the International Olympic Committee, and we will meet all our very serious obligations to the IOC and Paris 2024 for the benefit of all athletes and all disciplines and all members. The IOC Sports Director, Kit McConnell, made it very clear to our President, Sean Tay, when he actually spoke to him and wrote to Mr. Tay. The IOC wants WDSF to maintain control of DanceSport and control of breaking for the benefit of the athletes and the members. As a professional accountant and financial advisor, I have over many years confirmed to members, so if you read my reports, you will see that since becoming WDSF Treasurer, that our goal should always be to build up a capital base with the support of the Presidium and the members of, say, 3 million Swiss francs. With your strong support, we completely achieved the goal of building WDSF's capital base when it reached 3,010,851 Swiss francs in 2014. I have no doubt that we can once again significantly improve WDSF's capital base as we get through the financial impacts of COVID-19. When the WDSF competition system starts to recover in 2022 or 2023, WDSF already has much lower operating costs, and so we can start to rebuild WDSF's capital base. Please consider that there was no point in just accumulating the cash to over 3 million Swiss francs unless we then invested it to turbocharge WDSF's growth as a full Olympic federation, which we finally achieved on the 3rd of June this year, and to protect WDSF from any and all threats for at least 5 years, including what we now know is COVID-19. The deficit for the 2020 year was 266,384 Swiss francs, which is much less than the budgeted deficit of 524,000 Swiss francs. This is a reduction, a huge reduction of 257,616 Swiss francs. According to WDSF's 2020 audited financial statements, we received 182,120 Swiss francs, or already 21.83% of WDSF's income is coming from braking, and yet the braking division is not fully established. This is a huge new potential revenue stream, which will grow in the lead up to Paris 2024. And there is no doubt that in fact, all costs will be met, and this will be a benefit to everyone, to all disciplines, to all members. Over the last 13 years, we have achieved most of our goals in challenging times with the overwhelming support of the Presidium, the members in general meeting, and reports from our independent Swiss auditors that have never expressed concerns about WDSF's financial viability. I have no doubt WDSF's future is very bright if we remain independent and we nurture the development of an integrated braking division as requested and required by the IOC and in control of DanceSport. Ladies and gentlemen, that is my initial report, and I now ask if there's any questions on WDSF's 2020 audited financial statements. I believe I have a question from Mr. Rodriguez from Portugal. Lumi, would you allow Mr. Rodriguez to enter?
Are you listening to me? Yes?
Yes, we can hear you, yeah.
Okay. Dear Vice President for Finance, Mr. Tony Tilleni, first of all, thank you very much for all the savings that you put in place the last year and a half. I have two questions and one comment to your presentation. So 2 questions to your report, 1 comment to your presentation, and a few corrections to your balance sheet. You want me to to explain everything, or one step by one?
Mr. Rodriguez, I'm happy to answer your questions, but you can't prepare a statement. You have 60 seconds to ask your question.
Okay.
And then if you want to ask another question, put your hand up again. But it's not fair to the other delegates that you ask question after question after question.
No, that's why I asked you what you agree. So can I start now?
Of course.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to ask when the 2019 accounts and 21 budget were approved. Are we today approving, let me finish please. Are we today approving 2020 accounts without the previous years being approved by AGM? Also, this year budget was not approved by the AGM. Shouldn't the AGM legitimate the 2021 budget?
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, for your questions. You've already asked 2 questions, so please.
I have
fair.
Yes, it's 60 seconds, okay? So
yes. So let me answer the first 2 questions. The first thing is the auditors asked the very same question. And I can answer that in the May meeting of the Presidium last year, the accounts and the budgets were approved because we didn't have an AGM. And under Swiss law, I understand that there were special conditions in Switzerland because of COVID. So yes, the budgets and the accounts have already been approved by the Presidium because there was no AGM.
Okay. So for the following question, I have to wait, yes?
Mr. Rodriguez still has 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Sergey.
Okay. On the 2017 AGM held in Singapore, we expressed many concerns, and also we were against the direction that WDSF were taking by putting in jeopardy its survival. May I say that after this strategic has been approved by the AGM, we as a member did everything in order to help WDSF in its direction and strategy. Saying that in the following AGM, 2018 and 2019, we again showed concerns about the relevant amount invested and deficits year by year. Looking to your report on 31st of December 2020, we have around 700,000 Swiss francs capital. According to the budget for 2021 and provisional budget for 2022, we will have a deficit around 500,000.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Rodriguez, we're not discussing the 21 and 22 budgets. If you want to ask questions about the 21 and 22 budgets, please do so when we consider them. You're talking about the acceptance of the 2020 accounts.
Okay. Okay, so 2021 accounts, there is...
no, 2020 accounts.
Yes, there is some mistakes. If you...
Well, hang on, let me answer the first. I mean, you keep asking questions, so let me ask the first one. Sergey, does he have any time left?
No, there is no time left.
Thank you. All right, let me answer the question. Mr. Rodriguez, I'm happy to answer as many questions as you like, but I think you should give people the opportunity to ask questions. And what I would say is I did give you an opportunity over the last 3 days to ask me any questions you wanted to, but obviously you didn't have the time to do it, so I appreciate you asking them now. So, yes, it's true. We spent a great deal of money. What did we spend the money on? Each and every year since my election as treasurer, the Swiss auditors, the WDSF members at annual general meetings, and the Presidium have overwhelmingly voted to accept my reports. They have overwhelmingly voted to accept the WDSF audited financial statements relating to the spending. I don't spend the money without approval from the members, and the members provided approval. So what did we do? We actually opened the new head office in Lausanne, Switzerland, and the benefits of the Lausanne office in Switzerland are actually huge. And let me just explain to you some of the benefits of being based in Lausanne. WDSF's ISC recognition and Breaking's inclusion in Paris 2024 has been part of the team. I was part of the team that enabled WDSF to already receive over US $500,000 in ISC donations between December 20 and April 21. By the end of 21, the total received will probably be over 600,000 Swiss francs. So on top of the fact that we have the benefit of networking with over 55 international sports federations in Switzerland, on top of the fact that we have tax-free status in Lausanne, on top of the fact that every year we get development funding from the IOC, on top of the fact that during COVID, we secured unemployment support for our staff, on top of the fact that we received rent reductions during COVID, on top of the fact that we got financial support from the canton, and on top of the fact that we got a Swiss government guaranteed loan, that's just the beginning. So that's just opening the office in Lausanne. So how did we spend the money? Opening the office in Lausanne. And then, as you know, we had to correct the illegal activities of Mr. Freitag in Spain, who was deliberately underpaying staff taxes and social costs. And I wouldn't be allowed to say that unless it was the truth. And the reality is that Mr. Ciatis' employment status was wrong as well. And there were thousands of euros that we had to pay to correct their bad behaviour. And when we actually brought this up, it was myself, Mr. Tay, and Lucas Hinder. And when we brought this up with Mr. Freitag and Mr. Ciatis, all they could do was laugh. And they said, oh, everyone does this in Spain. Well, guess what? Not everyone does this in Australia. Not everyone does this in Switzerland. And I hope and I'm sure you don't do this in Portugal. So we then closed the WDS office in Spain. And we also, yes, you're right, we spent money, and I know you're unhappy about conducting the hugely successful 2018 Youth Olympic Games in Argentina. I know you were actually unhappy about that, but the truth is that it was the previous Presidium that decided that when Lucas Hinder was the president. The full Presidium agreed to that spending, which includes the two presidential candidates. So if this decision was not taken, then today WDSF would have capital of around 2 million Swiss francs. Because the point is you're questioning how we got to a position where our capital reduced. But if we didn't make that strategic decision, if we didn't invest in the future of dance sport, we wouldn't have gained entry for a dance discipline into the Olympic Games of Paris 2024. We had to prove to the IOC that in fact, WDSF was a worthy candidate of having a dance discipline included in the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. And we must now make sure that the door remains open for other dance disciplines. So on top of that, we've dealt with the issues of COVID-19, which closed down WDSF's competition system. And on top of that, we turbocharged WDSF growth and development as a fully recognized Olympic federation, which WDSF has recently achieved, including full membership of the Summer Olympic Sports Federation of IOC Federations, ASOF. So as you can see, we have been hugely successful in how we spent the money. We have not wasted the money. We have invested it, and that was the original intention. And if you read virtually every one of my reports, that has been overwhelmingly accepted by the Presidium, by the members, and by the auditors. We did exactly what we wanted to do. And now the time has come to rebuild the capital. And if it wasn't for COVID, we probably would have already started doing that. So I sincerely appreciate your questions. I want to answer many more of your questions, but in the meantime, I think it's only fair that I pass across Lumi to Mr. Richards, Ken Richards of the USA.
Alberto, you can come back again if you have more questions, okay?
Okay.
Lumi, please unmute Mr. Richard.
Thank you, Tony. I have posted my question in the chat as the guidelines describe we're supposed to do, but basically I'll recap it for all of the delegates. You mentioned that that Standard and Latin is not paying for breaking 2024. Obviously, there are a number of other initiatives associated with breaking, and I'm trying to determine whether Standard and Latin is paying for those. I have some of them listed. We have sports officers dedicated to breaking. We have a judging system still under development. We have adjudicators, congresses that need to be run and paid for, I'm sure, by the various trainers. So, and we have the Youth Olympic Games coming up, and we have a World Games coming up, which also contains breaking. So I guess it's a two-part question. Is Standard and Latin paying for these other initiatives, or are they sort of going to be in other places inside the financial statements going forward? And if it is not, what changes are you recommending to our future financial statements so that all of the delegates will be able to see that this separate division is broken out with respect to its revenue and its expenses?
You are on mute, Tony. Right, thank you very much. Let's try and take one question at a time. The first thing is that there are 3 sports officers, and of the 3 sports officers, 2 were appointed in January last year, and those 2 sports officers, which are receiving a nominal income, were based for Latin and standard. They had nothing to do with breaking. The sports officer this year was only engaged since May. So the reality is the amount of money we're spending versus the amount of money we're receiving is significantly less. The second question is with the adjudicators and judging system. The reality is that we already had a judging system and we spent a lot of money for it in 2018 and it exists. So no, we don't have to spend 200,000 to 400,000 Swiss francs to develop a judging system. What we needed to do was improve the judging system. And for that purpose, the IOC last year provided us $60,000 to pay PricewaterhouseCoopers to work out what we needed to do to improve the judging system. And of that $60,000, we've actually spent $40,000 for the report. We still have $17,000 left to spend. And in fact, we still have a significant lump from last year that still has not been spent this year. With regards to congresses, the real cost of congresses is just the lecturers. We're only talking about a few thousand Swiss francs. We're not talking about a lot of money. The Youth Olympic Games, well, the next Youth Olympic Games is in 2026 in Dakar. So I don't think I want to worry about that just yet. And with regards to the World Games, the same issue is coming about because we do have the money provided by the IOC to support breaking. And I will not accept that Standard and Latin anymore are paying for breaking. The reality is that we are being funded for breaking, and $560,000 plus $60,000 plus 71,000 Swiss francs are going to be coming in this year for breaking. So your question about how to dissect the expenses, this is a distortion. And the reason it's a distortion is it's not as simple as saying, well, we get this much in for Standard and Latin, we get this much in for breaking, so now we're just going to split the cost. Because you see, all the costs need to be split. So in other words, we have an overhead structure, we have expenses directly relating to Standard and Latin, we have expenses directly related to breaking, and yes, we can do an assessment. And as you know, we did do an assessment when we actually had the Youth Olympic Games in Argentina. And that did cost net 1.2 million Swiss francs. And the reality is that we kept track of it, and we kept track of it separately as a cost center. So we provided that information to the delegates, including the overhead structure. So please, it was provided. Now, in terms of the future, we can have a split, but then it's just a management accounting exercise. At the end of the day, you can go to a dozen different accountants and they're going to come up with a dozen different solutions. So I'm happy to come up with an accounting in terms of what's spent for Standard and Latin versus breaking, but just consider that for each, you're going to need to apportion a percentage of the overhead cost. It's just not as simple as you make out, and there are many, many answers. So I hope that answers most of your questions.
It does. It drives one follow-up question, if you don't mind. So we call the professional division a separate division. And I'm wondering, is there an accounting that shows that the professional division also shares in the total overhead? Because if breaking is a division, and I accept your answer, I would like to see parity in the way those numbers are reported in the future.
Mr. Richardson, what I would say to you is that I'm happy to provide a report. I'm not happy to
break up the financial reports as they are, but I'm happy to report on what the costs are. And the reason is that the Standard and Latin may be embarrassed in future by the amount of money that we're generating from breaking. There will be more than enough money coming in from breaking to handle all costs. The IOC, as I said, has a plan, and part of it we already know, but it's not public at the moment. So the bottom line is they would not be providing breaking for Paris 2024 if in fact they thought that there was a financial problem with WDSF, or if they didn't have a plan as to how they're going to provide additional funding. The plan, I believe, exists. So I just say to you, be careful what you ask for because you might regret it.
I'll take that as a no. Thank you.
No, I'm happy to provide information on what it costs for breaking. But no, I don't want to change the structure of the WDSF accounts because it actually works against Standard and Latin. I don't want to be, it does work against Standard and Latin to do what you're asking me to do. It's smarter to leave the accounts as they are and to separately report for breaking. But breaking, they do want to pay their own way. I know that, and they will pay their own way. And we will support them to get not just to 2024 Olympics, but hopefully 2028 and leave the door open for other disciplines. Thank you.
Thank you for your response.
Who is next? Thabo from South Africa. Lumi, could you please let Thabo speak?
Yes, I was just waiting on the call of the president that was okay.
Yes, it's okay. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. And mine is not specifically a question. I'm wishing that I'm addressing Mr. President, not Mr. Tony. In this regard, Mr. President, I'm going to request you that obviously if we're in physical environment, I would have raised my hand, you would have recognized me immediately. This is just a point of order in a sense of, can we request that you protect speakers, Mr. President, because the way our fellow Vice President Finance is addressing or is putting himself in front of other members who are asking questions, it's honestly not appreciated, because the first speaker, how they were asking a question, the response were a bit loaded in a sense of being a bit rude, and I don't think that should be accepted by you, Mr. President, and please protect all the speakers.
Thabo, yes, your point is noted, and we have 1 minute for each person asking question. So if a member would like to ask several questions, it's best to ask separately. And this is why we have the 1 minute restrictions on question asked. But yes, your point is taken. Thank you, Thabo.
Thank you.
Next, Lumi, can we unmute Alberto?
Okay, so I would like to mention some mistakes in the balance sheet. So some amounts presented on the 2021 revised budget and 22 provisional budget don't match with the explanation sheet. So
I'm sorry, Mr. Rodriguez, we're only talking about the 2020 audited financial statements. Do you have a question on the 2020 audited financial statements? That is what we're discussing, item 12.1.
Okay, so first of all, I would like respect as a member, as a person, from you that are vice president. Secondly, you didn't reply to my answers. Third, I think you put this too much personal. You think that every time that I try to to have a question, I want to attack you, but I don't want to attack you. And finally, yes, you contact me a few days ago, asked me if I have any question. And I told you I didn't read the reports yet. But also I have the right not to reply to you what I think. I think my right is to come here into the members in a general assembly to put questions. And please, I'm not attacking you. And I think the way you replied to me was disgraceful. So I don't have any more question now about this, only about the provisional, because you didn't let me finish talking, and shame on you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, but there are many people who want to speak. So if you don't have any questions on the 2020 audited financial statements, which clearly are correct because they are independently audited, we'll move on to the next person, Mr. President. Can we move on to Dragana?
Thank you, Alberto. We move on to the next member who would like to ask a question. Dragana from Croatia.
Yes, so my question is related to the question of Alberto from Portugal about this statement that the budget was approved by the WDSF Presidium. So my question is towards Mr. Telene, does he find this a right decision to give the power to Presidium, even though this is the power of the AGM? And if there were any proposals to conduct some other way of the AGM so that we can approve this budget and reports like we are doing today?
Well, I'm certainly not a lawyer. I would ask, but before I pass across to Mark, what I would say to you is that we did what we thought was correct at the time. It was approved by the Presidium and it was accepted by the auditors. But Mark, do you want to comment?
I can comment on that. The Swiss law as regards to associations or federations is quite liberal. There are some inalienable rights for the general meeting, but the budget is not one of these inalienable rights for the AGM. So we have the general provision in our statutes that when the AGM is not in session, that the Presidium can have all rights that are not by the statutes limited to the AGM or by law limited to the AGM, like elections, that they can use this right. And therefore, yes, the Presidium had at least the legal right to conduct a vote on the budget or to accept the budget.
Thank you very much. Does that answer your question?
I would like to hear your opinion, not the legal opinion, because we had the possibility to see that the other federations were running their annual general assemblies. I'm right that you did everything correct, but what's your opinion? Should this be given to the assembly?
Are you asking the lawyer? Yes. Sorry, Mark.
Look, from my personal opinion, we could also have done it in a circular way. That means in an extraordinary general meeting. This would also have been possible, but I think it wouldn't have been possible to ask a lot of questions. So yes, it would have been a possibility, but in the MC and in the Presidium, we decided otherwise. So my personal opinion on this does not really matter in this discussion.
Thank you for clarification.
Okay.
Thank you, Dragana. Can you, Lumi, can you please allow Mr. Tommy Shaughnessy?
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, delegates, I'm glad to see in the last couple of moments the meeting has taken a better order, but it was not a very nice experience to see how our Portuguese delegate was dealt with and the manner in which he was spoken to. So I would please reach out to our Vice President of Finance and please be a little bit more courteous to our delegates. Keep in mind, the member bodies are the power of the WDSF. So please keep that in mind. Thank you very much, everybody, and good luck with the election.
Thank you, Tommy. Lumi, can you allow Auli to come in from Finland?
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President. On page 78 of the booklet, you have mentioned of the significant wage cuts and how the professional staff agreed to reduce hours during the COVID in 2020. Have other paid position holders been invoicing less too as a solidarity measure during this difficult time and without events running? Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you have a look at the financial statements, you'll see that virtually everything was cut. We have saved over 1.8 million Swiss francs in 20 and 21. Everything was cut. Even Ritva in my office, I mean, she's cut hours, cut time, everyone's been cut. So no, it wasn't just some people, virtually everyone was cut.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ali.
Is there any more questions from any members? Thank you very much, Tony. Can you go on to the next point?
Thank you. We now are speaking, just to be clear, so there's no misunderstanding, we're speaking about the 2021 budget. So, as the Vice President for Finance, I ask WDSF delegates and members to rely on the professional guidance we all receive from the independent Swiss auditors previously appointed by WDSF AGM. Please understand that before the independent Swiss auditors complete their opinion on the WDSF's 2020 audited financial statements, they also asked to review the 2021 and 2022 budgets. And as I have said, they have expressed no concerns to the members, and they have provided an audit report that does not question WDSF's financial viability. The auditors are professional accountants licensed in Switzerland. They are therefore professionally and legally obligated to report any concerns to members. I say again, they have not expressed any concerns. The budgeted deficit of 271,000 Swiss francs provides a conservative assessment for this year. Once again, I emphasize this is a conservative, cautious budget, and this does not mean that we will be in deficit. I am merely using this conservative guideline to prevent WDSF from overspending. However, I am pleased to say that revenues to date are better than expected and expenditures continue to be strictly controlled. I confirm again that the cash surplus for the 6 months ended 30th of June 2021 was 214,095 Swiss francs. And the total cash held at the 30th of June 2021 was 1,235,621 Swiss francs, which is a significant increase from the audited accounts at the 31st of December 2020. Remember, the audited accounts of 2020 is history. That's the past. We need to look at the present and plan for the future. So, as mentioned, WDSF has already received that US $560,000 cash from the IOC for the 2 years, 20 and 21. And we've also applied for another $77,000 for development funding from September this year from the IOC. Income already brought to account from breaking for the 21 year and reviewed by the auditors was 316,500 Swiss francs. We have already received 31.93%. Let me say that again. 31.93% of all WDSF's income comes from breaking this year so far. If we add the additional 77,000 US from the IOC for development funding, if approved, breaking will contribute 39% of all WDSF budgeted revenues for the 2021 year. WDSF will grow and we will prosper because we had enough capital and enough cash, and as a result of our entry to Paris 2024. I have absolutely no doubt that we will get through COVID, we will rebuild our capital base, we will remain independent as required by the IOC. I say that again, we are required to be independent and not unduly influenced or controlled by any commercial organization. And we're going to be very successful. We'll help all the athletes, all the disciplines, all the members leading up to Paris 2024. WDSF will grow and prosper because we do have the capital and the cash. We will get through COVID, and I thank you for listening to this presentation on the 2021 budget. And now I'm happy to take any questions on the 2021 budget.
Just one thing in between, shouldn't, according to the agenda, we should first have a vote on acceptance of the financial accounts 2019-2020 before moving to the agenda item budget? I'm sorry.
Look, I don't mind. We can do it either way. If you prefer that to be the case, I'm happy for that to be the case. Mark, if there's no objection, I can go back and do a motion with regards to 12.1 and 12.2. Is that okay?
At least it's like that in the agenda.
Okay.
Yes, Tony, I'll prefer to do that. Less confusion for the members when they vote. So
okay.
After each point, we'll vote for each one.
Okay. All right. Well, then the first one is the adoption of the accounts balance sheet as at the 31st of December 2020 and the income and expenditure account. Through the President, can we have a motion from the floor to approve the WDSF 2020 audited financial statements, which I'm going to combine with the auditor's report. So that's 12.1 and 12.2, one motion together. Can we have a motion from the floor?
Lumi, please unmute Lebanon, Mr. Habib Atala.
Thank you. We will just do that now, Mr. President.
Do we have a motion from the floor?
I believe you have the delegate from Lebanon in.
Yes. Habib.
Mr. President, just to let you know, we keep unmuting them and they keep muting themselves.
Habib, Lumi will be the one who unmute you. Please allow Lumi to unmute you. Otherwise, we're going to do this.
Is it okay now?
Yes, wonderful.
So you have the motion from Lebanon, from the floor.
Thank you very much, Habib. So Lumi, can you conduct a vote, if with the President's permission, to adopt the 2019-2020 audited financial statements, balance sheet, and income and expenditure account, and auditor's report?
Thank you. We are ready here for that vote, and we'll just wait on your call, Mr. President, to open that.
So please, ladies and gentlemen, please vote to approve the accounts and financial affairs balance sheet as at December 31st, 2019 and 2020, as well as income and expenditure account, and also the auditor's report.
I think the auditor's report, we have to do it separately because we prepared the vote separately. So we will do the vote of the examiner's report just afterwards.
All right, quite happy with that.
And Mr. President, I can confirm that the total possible votes remains at 146. The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Total possible votes remain at 146. Abstention 6. Valid votes cast 134 votes. Yes vote 106. No 28. The motion is passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we now have another motion to adopt the auditor's report as explained by Mark?
Lumi, please unmute Sergey Believ.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. President, I have procedural proposal. To save the time, I think you can immediately call for vote on each part of the financial report instead of asking for a motion from the floor. We haven't asked for motion from the floor from the other reports. I see no point of asking for the motion to approve the financial reports. Maybe it will save everybody's time if Mark considers this as a possible procedure.
Mark, is this possible?
As we prepared the auditor's report approval, I would just approve it, and we already approved the financial examiners the financial report. Therefore I would just continue.
Lumi, we can proceed now to vote for 12.2 auditor's report.
Mr. President, I can confirm that the total possible votes is still 146.
Thank you. The voting is to approve the auditor's report under item 12.2. Yes.
The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Total possible votes remain at 146. Abstention 12. Valid votes cast 132. Yes vote 112. No vote 20. The motion is passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seeing we will now do these individually, I refer members to page 90, which is the financial examiner's report. Unless people want me to read it, I think we should go to a vote. So unless anyone objects, we should merely go to the vote on accepting the financial examiner's report, which is 12.3.
I'm sorry, I think we just did that because auditors and financial examiners are more or less the same.
Look, I don't mind if that's your legal opinion. I'm happy to accept it. I thought we'd merely approve the auditor's report and the statutory accounts. But if you say we've already accepted it, I'm happy to continue. Is that what you direct me to do?
Yes, we made 2 votes. From my point of view, we accepted it.
Okay, thank you. So now we actually move on to the 21 budget. So is there any discussion on the 2021 budget?
We have Portugal, Alberto, Rodriguez, Lumi, please unmute him.
About the side notes that they are on the numbers.
Mr. Vice President, I found some mistakes in the amounts that are in the budget and in explanations. They don't match. So I'm talking about page 92 and 94. So the items 38 and 13 and 44 with the respective explanation 17 and 20, the amounts that are on the budget and then on explanations, they don't match.
Yes, you're right, Mr. Rodriguez. Thank you very much for picking that up. The reality is it is a budget. And yes, there was an error in the numbers. It is obviously a typo.
And as well for 2022.
Well, we're only doing 21 at the moment. We can discuss 22 next. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Yes. You mentioned that you had all these revenues for this year, My question is, do you still predict that at the end of the year we will have a deficit of 271,000 Swiss francs?
Look, it's a good question and I appreciate it. I think people need to understand that we're constantly monitoring the numbers every day, every week, every month. I prefer to be conservative and say that we're budgeting the 271 as we budgeted over a 500,000 Swiss franc loss last year, but we actually did, half as, we saved half the money. Now this year there is a good chance it will be better, but I'm just not prepared to say that we should budget a lower number. I think the truth is that there are many new strains of COVID, and what's been happening is that there've been lockdowns and travel restrictions worldwide. So it's all very well to be optimistic, and I want to be optimistic, and at the moment it does look like it's more optimistic, but I just don't feel comfortable projecting a surplus. I feel comfortable projecting a deficit, and I feel comfortable that we're protected and the members are protected and we can build from there. And if we do better than the deficit, then I'm pleased. But at the moment, I am optimistic we will not achieve a 271,000 Swiss franc deficit. It is looking better. I won't say how much better, but it is looking better.
Alberto, I would like to comment on this as well. I always ask Tony, why you like to give people some ideas that the accounts are not as good. And I would like good news and not bad news first, followed by good news. But so far, so many years, Tony has always been doing this. He explained to me, he tried to be very careful. And so far, he has been successful in giving you first a prediction that it may be dangerous. And finally, he presented it. Oh, now we are doing much better. So I hope this COVID will not change the practice of him, that he will bring back good news again. I really hope so. Thank you. Any more questions from you, Alberto?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Alberto.
Mr. Tay, can we adopt then the 2021 budget? Can we have a vote on that?
Yes, please. We now have a motion to adopt the 2021 WDSF budget. Do you approve the budget of the WDSF for 2021? That's the motion.
Mr. President, I can confirm the total possible votes is still 146. The poll will close in 20 seconds. The poll is now closed. Thank you, Mr. President.
So thank you very much, Mr. President. I refer now to the 2022 budget.
Excuse me, can we, are we going to display the results for the President?
Oh, sorry, apologies. Yep.
We have now the results for this motion. Total possible votes remain at 146, abstention 12, valid votes cast 128, yes vote 100, no vote 28. The motion is passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. We now move on to 12.5, adoption of the 2022 provisional budget. As I mentioned previously, it is the Swiss auditor's license in Switzerland that professionally and legally are obligated to report their concerns to members. And again, they expressed no concerns about the 2022 budget, and they therefore have the ability to approve the 2020 WDSF audited financial statements without raising any concerns. There is no way in the world that any accounting professional can accurately determine what will happen with COVID. And so I prepared the 2022 budget as best as possible, but I continue to monitor developments, and in future, I will continue to adjust it accordingly. The budgeted deficit of 258,800 Swiss francs provides again a conservative assessment for the year. As the WDSF competition system restarts, and because WDSF has saved some 1.8 million Swiss francs in costs over the 2020 and 21 years, WDSF now also has a much lower operating cost base. And I firmly believe that WDSF could see a significant recovery in revenue for the 2022 and 2023 years. In addition, we will have revenue from breaking sponsorship, from marketing, from granting and athletes' ID fees to pay for Paris 2024, plus we will have the strong support from the International Olympic Committee. I firmly believe that we can achieve the rebuilding of WDSF's capital base by the 31st of December 2025. From the 2022 year, I believe that revenues from breaking will continue to grow. I ask, which delegate would agree to give up this huge revenue stream from WDSF's breaking division, particularly during COVID, to help fund our commitment to the International Olympic Committee and Paris 2024? With over 40 years of professional accounting and planning experience, I make a realistic commercial prediction for members that by developing an integrated breaking division for WDSF, WDSF will receive 50% of our income from breaking, which will also help to support WDSF's professional IOC sporting structure. Building an integrated breaking division will pay for Paris 2024, support all athletes, all members, the entire DanceSport community, completely fulfill our serious obligations to the International Olympic Committee, recoup our investment, and make significant surpluses. I have no doubt that members are commercially astute and they will support this strategy. Thank you very much. Is there any questions on the 2022 provisional budget?
Hearing no questions, I now call a motion to approve the adoption of the 2022 WDSF, adoption of the 2021 WDSF budget.
Mr. President, just to confirm that this is the 2022 budget that they are voting on. The 2021 they have just done.
My apology.
No,
It's
that's okay.
2022.
Thank you.
There is a member who would like to speak. I think we can allow him to speak after we vote.
And Mr. President, just to confirm that with the vote open, that the total possible votes remains at 146. The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. Thank you, Mr. President.
The total possible votes remain at 146, abstention 8, valid votes cast 132, yes vote 110, no vote 22. The motion is passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we now consider a vote to the appointment of the Auditor, Baker and Norton Fiduciary for the next 4 years?
I think we have now a member who would like to speak.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, to the member from, apologies, I don't know that country, but if you could please unmute yourself, we have been asking if you're able to unmute yourself.
I think the member is from Trinidad.
Thank you very much.
Yes, greetings all. I was about to move the motion for the adoption of the 2022 budget, but I realized that it had already been done, so I put my hand down. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
No further questions. We move to the appointment of the auditor. We have a question from USA, Ken Richards.
Yes. Question about the appointment of the auditor for Mr. Taleni. Baker and Norton Fiduciary. How many years have they been the auditors of the WDSF accounts? And, well, I guess answer that question first, if you would.
Okay. Thank you, Ken. Look, they've now audited for 2 years. Previously, we had Lagusta, but the gentleman at Lagusta had some health issues and they were based in Zurich. And so we moved to Baker and Norton on the recommendation of WDSF Swiss tax accountants.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Any further questions? No further questions. We now call for the votes for the appointment of the auditor.
Mr. President, I confirm that the total possible votes is still 146. The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Total possible votes remain at 146, abstention 8, valid votes 134, yes vote 126, no vote 8. The motion is passed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, delegates and members.
Now we move to item 35 of the agenda. The motion will be moved by the delegate from our national member body of Spain. Mr. Valery Ivanov, please take the floor. Lumi, please unmute Mr. Valery.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Dear President, dear members, colleagues and friends, Valery Ivanov representing Spain. After 2 years of pandemic and uncertainty, we meet today online, each one of us from our home countries by Lumi and Zoom as delegates to the annual general meeting and also as friends in sport. When we were last together in 2019 in Budapest, Hungary, who could have predicted the challenges which would be presented to us by the COVID-19 pandemic? Since the 2019 AGM and since the last elections in 2017 in Singapore, much has happened. WDSF and members' bodies have achieved enormous successes. The hugely successful Youth Olympic Games proved to the IOC that WDSF and a dance discipline were worthy of inclusion into the Summer Olympic Games. On December 7th, 2020, the IOC decided to accept WDSF and breaking into the Olympic Games of Paris 2024. On June 3rd, 2021, WDSF was finally accepted as a full member body of the Summer Olympic Federation. The International Paralympic Committee, IPC, is currently negotiating with WDSF to hand over DanceSport as an autonomous division of WDSF. IPC will accept WDSF as a new member body. WDSF's goal is to introduce Latin and standard DanceSport to the 2028 Los Angeles Paralympic Games. By 31st of December this year, the IOC has asked under the Olympic Charter all national Olympic committees to recognize all WDSF member bodies. Some WDSF members' bodies already receive funding from national Olympic committees or governments, and now funding could also be available from Olympic Solidarity. Friends, these are exciting times, and the opportunities for all WDSF members and all dance sport disciplines are enormous as we continue our work to keep the door open to more dance sport disciplines in future games. The work is never easy, but the pathways remain open for a very bright future as we develop all dance sport disciplines to their full potential. Let's make it happen. I ask you to support my motion to approve the Presidium's work for since the last AGM in 2019.
I now call for the vote. Thank you, Valerie. Now I call for the votes to approve the Presidium's work during the past 25 months.
Mr. President, I confirm that the total possible votes remains at 146. The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Lumi. Total possible votes remain at 146. Abstention 6. Valid votes cast 136. Yes vote 110. No vote 26. The motion is passed. We move on to item 36 of the agenda. All members' motions have been presented during the second WDSF Extraordinary General Meeting on June 14 to June 22nd, 2021. Hearing no questions, we now move forward to the WDSF elections 2021. I now hand the annual general meeting over to Edward Gardiner, a public notary, to chair the elections. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you, everyone. And we now will start the WDSF elections. And the first election is for the president of the WDSF. And just to remind you that the qualifications to serve as president are on the slide in front of you. Next slide. And there are two candidates for the position of WDSS president: Sean Tay from Singapore and Ashley Williamson from Denmark. And I understand that each candidate will now be given a chance to address the delegates. So
yes, and please, I would like to remind that there is 5 minutes to each delegate. 30 seconds before these 5 minutes finished, there will be one bell and then two bells at the end. Thank you very much.
Good. And I presume that the candidates should now be invited in the order that they appear on your screens. So if Sean Tay could go first, thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Good morning, afternoon, and evening delegates, commissioners, honorary members, and all our DanceSport friends. I'm Sean Tay, and I have served the WDSF as ordinary Presidium member, General Secretary, Academy Chair, Vice President for Sports, First Vice President, and WDSF President. I have also been an athletes coach, adjudicator, chairperson, and championship organizer myself. I have dedicated my life to promoting dance sport for WDSF and am personally involved in the development of competition judging and education system. I have been in charge of the Academy since its formation and have personally overseen nearly all lectures and congresses since its founding days. Additionally, I have improved the format of the WDSF Grand Slam series and secured sponsorship for many top athletes. As a championship organizer, I have been a WDSF official to oversee the running of Latin and standard events at several games, such as the Asian Games, Asian Indoor Games, and the World Games. Under my leadership, for the first time in history, there were close to 70 countries represented at the 2019 World Breaking Championship in Nanjing. Paris 2024 is our passport into the Olympic Games, as I believe one dance discipline will grow into many more disciplines in the future, especially since we are now an Olympic sport. We need a leader that knows how to produce a good event. To summarize, if re-elected as president, I am to firstly recover competition events, then grow the appeal and popularity of dance sport, and further refine the judging system in a project that will tap on the expertise of our judges, scrutineers, and coaches from various national member bodies. Create a more visible, impressive, and impartial digital presentation of results at all our international events. Together with the Vice President for Finance, grow the finances of WDSF and attract sponsors. Assist developing countries in dance sport, particularly in their education system. Make the WDSF more accessible for closer contact with all our NMBs. With my experience, lead a team to present breaking in the best way at the Olympic Games. And finally, work closely with national member bodies to further strengthen all our national member bodies' positions as Olympic sports national federations. It is a period of uncertainty, and it is important for the WDSF to remain stable and to continue the work that is currently being done under the leadership of experienced leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if I could now invite Ashley Williamson, please, to address the delegates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Dear friends, dear colleagues, today I'm going to talk about the future, not the past. As so many of you, I felt for the past years that we needed a vision for the WDSF. There are so many points which I could highlight today, but I've chosen 3 which I feel are the main priorities. My first point is inclusiveness, communication, and transparency. In everything we do, from the close collaboration of the Presidium to the national member bodies, the organizers, officials, and of course, our athletes. I will include representatives from each of the continents as guests to the Presidium meetings to bring all stakeholders to the roundtable discussions. I will run meetings regularly to include all members in upcoming projects and strategies. As president, I would also work together with the continental federations to increase individuality. My second point is to make a clear financial and business plan. It's not enough just with accounting of pluses and minuses. We need to look at each of our projects individually and create a clear plan for the future. There are many places where we could prioritize our finances differently and therefore make it more effective. My third point is to define the strategical path with a clear goal and mission for each of our disciplines. For simplicity today, I'll split them into 3 legs: standard and Latin, our other styles, including the WRRC, and breaking. On our standard and Latin disciplines, I have been working on a coming out of COVID plan to stimulate the start of our competitions, grow the scene, and maintain stability. I have a possible sponsor in the waiting to fund these projects and help our organizers and give them support. DanceSport Europe already started a project of inviting the previous champions to create an advisory board for the technical committee. These types of projects need to be continued and developed in the future. In the other dances, there are numerous people with years of experience on standby, just waiting to help. From school projects to possible cooperation with IDO, all the way to elite projects for all of our top athletes. On breaking, I would involve the breaking community in the development of this discipline. This includes the exciting road we're on to Paris 2024. Our Red Bull deal is not off the table. If there is a new leadership elected today, Red Bull has confirmed to me that they're ready to come back to the table, as well as covering the huge costs associated with building up breaking into and beyond the games. They will bring valuable support back into this global community. Over and above these 3 points, I feel it's important to touch on neutrality. My job is to be neutral. This is a fundamental requirement as the president of the WDSF, and it is a requirement that I will be proud to fulfill. Another factor is my youthfulness. Yes, I do have my youth on my side, not as a weakness, but as a strength. I have over 20 years of experience in being self-employed and owning and running multi-million-dollar companies. I also have the stamina needed of today's International Federation's presidents, as well as the passion and leadership skills that are needed for this role. For me, a leader leads by example, is actively on the scene, and especially now after these pandemic times, able to travel and able to take the time to meet and discuss with our community and all of our stakeholders, including the IOC, IWGA, and Sport Accord, to bring WDSF to the next level. I believe that success can only be achieved through cooperation. I have great connections with the IOC after so many years of meetings, and I'm proud to say that in my last correspondence last week with the president of the IOC, Mr. Thomas Bach, he wished me luck and looked forward to hearing the outcomes of the elections. I have former WDSF presidents, former sports directors, former IOC consultant, current Presidium members, current commissioners, together with so many of you, the members, willing to help, helping the WDSF into the future. You know I'm hardworking, energetic, and passionate about what I do. I am above all solution-orientated, and I'm good at keeping my eye on the goal and working together with others to achieve it. Through a vision, real transparency, good governance, communication, collaboration and understanding, enthusiasm, and above all else, passion. Passion for the sport, passion for the art, passion for each other, and passion for the organization, and together, passion for our future. I humbly thank you for your support.
Thank you to both candidates. And firstly, I can confirm that the total possible votes remains at 146. And if I could invite all delegates now to proceed to the election of the WDSF president, then I confirm that the vote is now open. Ahora sí, espera. The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. And I can now confirm that there was 146 total possible votes. Sean Tay, 92, Ashley Williamson, 50. So I can declare that Sean Tay is elected as president. Thank you.
Edward, can I?
Shall I
I
invite you to say a few words, Mr. President?
Thank you, Edward. First, I would like to say, praise the Lord. Dear delegates, colleagues, and friends, I'm extremely grateful to have received your support. It's been a long day, so I keep my speech short. Thank you to all my supporters who have voted for me. The next time we meet, I will buy you 2 drinks. To those who did not vote for me, don't worry, I will buy you 1 drink. And hopefully the second drink you will buy for me. But that's a joke. So I would like to say also, we will all work together for the Federation and for the good of DanceSport. Thank you again for your trust in me. Thank you very much.
And if I could now invite everyone to proceed to the next item, which is the election of the Vice President for Sport. Again, the qualifications to serve as Vice President for Sport are on the slide in front of you if you'd like to have a look at them. Okay, next slide.
Dear candidates, I would like to remind that only 2 minutes are allocated to each candidate. Thank you.
Thank you. And as you'll see on from the slide, there are 2 candidates for the position of Vice President for Sport. Sergej Believ of Finland and Nenad Jeftic from Serbia. And if I could invite, again, both candidates to address the delegates, and if I could invite Sergej to speak first, please. Thank you.
Sorry, Lumi here. We're just bringing Sergej in now.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Sergey, could you please confirm when I can start?
You can start now.
Thank you, Sergey. Dear delegates, dear friends of DanceSport, I took the decision to run for the position of Vice President for Sports for various reasons. For many years now, DanceSport is an important part of my life, and I have experienced DanceSport in various roles as an athlete, a coach, a competition organizer, and a WDSF official. Thus, I involved in almost all areas of DanceSport within the WDSF, and therefore I have a broad understanding of all the challenges in DanceSport. People who know me personally know that I'm an open communicator who can build professional relationship with every representative of DanceSport communities, regardless of his or her affiliation. I will base my future work on principle of openness, inclusiveness, efficiency, and balanced decision-making, key elements that, in my opinion, are missing within the WDSF today. I will treat all disciplines of the WDSF equally. I will consider all experts within DanceSport community, and thus I will give all our disciplines the support to grow and prosper while respecting traditions and values. I will be VP for sports not only for a certain group of people, but the one who listens to everyone and unites DanceSport community. As one of my first tasks, I will bring together a constructive, efficient, and balanced team of experts in sports department so that we can achieve great results with DanceSport community, can believe, and so the DanceSport community can believe in this again. If I'm elected as a VP for sports, you will not only elect me as a person, you are also making a choice for the future development of the WDSF. Together, we will be innovative and traditional at the same time. We will rebuild the glory of DanceSport and we will be admired by the public. Thank you very much. I hope I managed in 2 minutes.
Yes, you did.
Thank you. And if I could now invite Nenad to address the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Dear delegates, DanceSport more than ever in these difficult times need an experienced team for recovery actions. We cannot underestimate how much damage the COVID crisis brought to WDSF and its NMBs. Nonetheless, I strongly believe and know that this crisis will be overcome, and I would like to highlight again that knowledge, expertise, and especially experience are absolutely necessary. As a former athlete, adjudicator, chairperson and invigilator at more than 600 competitions, a lecturer, former president and founder of the NMB, organizer of WDSF event for more than 20 years, chair of the enforcement committee, former WDSF general secretary and WDSF vice president for sport elected in 2019, I believe I can contribute to the recovery and future development of DanceSport. The vice president for sport has a huge responsibility and impact, and I'm strongly motivated to run for this position to contribute to the recovery, but also to bring the reporting system to a totally new level. We have many challenges and opportunities in the near future, but first of all, we need to increase the number of standard Latin athletes with better opportunities for them, job or opportunities for our adjudicators, chairpersons, invigilators, scrutineers, DJs, organizers, and a robust and especially stable competition system for our NMBs. We have a new direction for growth as we are now the Olympic Federation. Then World Games, Continental, Master, and other games where DanceSport is already involved or will be involved in the near future is also a huge opportunity. Collaboration with Olympic Solidarity for a specific educational project will bring benefits to our NMBs. Our future with knowledge, awareness, and responsibility with trust is the key to a good atmosphere. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And I can firstly confirm that the total possible votes remains at 146. So if we now move to the next vote, which is for the election of the WDSF Vice President for Sport. And I can now declare that the vote is open. The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. I can now confirm the results of the voting. There was 146 possible votes, 144 valid votes were cast. Nenad Jeftik, 78, Sergei Belyaev, 66, and therefore Nenad Jeftik is elected. And Nenad, would you like to say a few brief words?
Yes, thank you, Edward. Dear delegates, dear friends of DanceSport, I would like to thank you for your support and giving me a chance to serve to WDSF and contribute to recovery the competition system and to bring the WDSF competition system is completely new, a totally new level. Thank you very much one more time for your support.
Thank you. And if we now move to the next election, and the next election is to serve as Vice President for Finance. And again, on the slide in front of you, there should be the qualifications for this.
And again, I would like to remind that 2 minutes allocated to each candidate. Thank you.
Thank you. And as you will see, again, there are 2 candidates for this position, Dragana Majkin from Croatia and Tony Delaney from Australia. And again, I will invite the candidates in the order they're named to address everyone. So Dragana, I invite you to address the Congress.
Dragana, you need to raise your hand in order to be brought in. Thank you.
Just a second. Dear delegates, distinguished guests, my name is Dragana Majcin and I'm from Croatia, currently the president of Croatian DanceSport Federation, and many of you also know me as the Secretary General of DanceSport Europe. I would like to emphasize that for more than 10 years, I have been the key responsible person for managing finances in Croatian DanceSport Federation, meaning preparing the annual financial plan, reporting and budgeting to the General Assembly, as well managing all their business accounts. Therefore, I find myself able to manage the financial department. My motives for candidacy are based on a positive desire to be a part of the change, to improve financial management through concrete activities that, from my opinion, are lacking so far. So some of my first suggestions to newly elected Presidium would be to determine a clear business plan connected with the establishment and adoption of transparent operating policy for all financial operations at WDSF. Second, to ensure diversity of our income so that we ensure financial stability. Third one would be to estimate the impact of the projects and investment in which we have invested the funds. And also on 4-year basis to conduct an ordinary audit, not just limited one, to ensure complete transparency and to improve our business. I never do these decisions alone, but together with experienced professionals associate. That's why the soliciting and consideration a range of alternatives is essential way how I handle the decision process. But in another way that this is high consultant fees, but to include the financial experts in the financial department.
Thank you. And if I could now invite Tony Delaney to address.
Dear delegates, dear members, over the years as a professional accountant and financial advisor, I have never charged for my professional time spent on WDSF work. I have been honoured to be WDSF Vice President for Finance, and I seek to be re-elected as we have achieved many of the goals that we set out to achieve for DanceSport. WDSF is now a full Olympic federation, and some of the next goals must be to secure the integration of an autonomous para-DanceSport division as part of WDSF and entry to the 2028 Los Angeles Paralympic Games for Latin and standard para-dance sport. The ultimate goal must be to continue to leave the door open with breaking and the Latin dance discipline in the 2028 Los Angeles or the 2032 Brisbane Olympic Games. I still believe that it is possible to secure the entry of a second dance discipline in the Summer Olympic Games, but it always takes a little bit longer to do the impossible, which is what we have already achieved with breaking in Paris 2024. There is no doubt that revenues from breaking will substantially continue to increase and meet all costs in future years with the growth of all WDSF disciplines. Latin and standard do not need to pay for breaking. Building an integrated breaking division will clearly pay for Paris 2024, support all athletes, all members, the entire DanceSport community, completely fulfill our serious obligations to the IOC to remain independent, to integrate breaking as an autonomous division, recoup our investment, and make significant surpluses. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you both. And I can firstly confirm that the total possible votes remains at 146. So if we now move to the next election, which is the election of the WDSF Vice President for Finance, and the vote is now open. The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. And I can now declare that the votes as a result of the voting are as follows. There was 146 possible votes, 144 valid votes were cast. Tony Delaney, 88, Dragana Majkin, 56. Therefore, Tony Delaney is elected. And Tony, would you like to say a few very brief words?
Congratulations to Tony.
Thank you very much, Dragana, and thank you very much to the members. I greatly appreciate the honour, and I will continue to work hard for WDSF, and we work as a fantastic team in the Managing Committee and Presidium. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we now move to the next election, which is to serve as Vice President for Legal Affairs. And again, the qualifications for this post are on the slide in front of you.
Also, again, I would like to remind to candidates that you have 2 minutes allocated to each of one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And as you will see for this post, there are 3 candidates. Ivo Capet of Estonia, Molatelo Mapa of South Africa, and Mark Frederick Schaefer of Switzerland. And again, if I invite the 3 candidates to address the meeting in the order that you're named. So Ivo, if I could invite you to address the meeting.
We are.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
May I start?
Yes, you can.
Okay, sorry, I put my video on. Can you see me?
Not confirm right now. Yes, we can see you.
Can I start now?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Many of you have known me nearly 20 years. I have always been a friend and colleague who keeps his word. I believe that every area of life, also DanceSport, must be based on a legal balance and mutual respect of rights of everybody. If you will elect me today as a Vice President for Legal Affairs, I will concentrate mostly in following items. Revision of the statutes of WDSF. Everything must be easy to understand and, above all, The statutes must serve national member bodies and not to serve the benefits of the Presidium. The number of rules must be reduced because they are already hindering the practice of dance sports. Sports with overly complex rules are no longer wanted by today's young people. We can find ourselves very soon in the situation where there are more rules than there are dancers, and nobody wants that. The WDSF must not interfere in the national internal affairs, but must give advice when it is asked. It means that the basics adopted by the International Olympic Movement must be followed. Cooperation and mutual respect between continents, countries, federations, and between those who are committed to dance sport in the training halls are the basis of our future success. I will ensure that all above mentioned will be done on a legal basis and in observing the principle of the presumption of innocence, not in the endless and biased investigations, criticism, and blamings. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And if I could now invite Moletelo to address the meeting.
Moletelo, you need to raise your hand so that we can bring you in. Thank you.
This is Lumi here. They are just joining.
Dear delegates and members, I'm Moletelo Mahapa, as explained, a 21-year legal practitioner with a specialized commercial and labor background. I'm currently the chairperson of a judicial body of South African Sports Confederation and Olympic Committee, which is the body that governs all the sporting codes in South Africa. I've assisted the body to align its constitution with the IOC, and I've worked closely with IOC in terms of aligning as such. I'm the Director of International Relations and in our national body, which is DanceSport South Africa. And what I will bring on board if I get elected is transformation and governance, which is crucial to our organization. The constitution should be aligned to be of the world standard, as we now call ourselves World Dance Sport Federation. Equality in terms of gender and continental representation is key, and the legalities thereof are crucial to make sure that we adhere to such. Monitoring and evaluation commission should be put in existence so that we don't find ourselves wanting in terms of evaluating and accountability to the members. The marketing commission as well needs to be in place so that we put our federation to greater heights, as we are now part of the Olympic Committee. If I get appointed, if I get elected, definitely all these structures will be put in place with the support of leaders. It is therefore imperative to make sure that the composition of our federation is put in place properly. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could now invite Mark Frederick to address the meeting.
Dear delegates, the work as Vice President for Legal Affairs and member of the Managing Committee is often challenging and time-consuming, but it also offers a lot of personal satisfaction as it opens the possibility to change things for the greater good of DanceSport. Building trust, openness, and integrity are the key characteristics for the position, and I'm standing for these values. I would work hard to create better conditions for everyone so that everyone in DanceSport can freely develop his or her ambition. This means deregulation and pragmatic decisions where possible, as well as simplification of our rules and regulations. Therefore, I will spend a great amount of my time on our key success factors and core competencies that lie in standard and Latin. Of course, breaking and the Olympic Summer Games 2024 will also be an important task. I have been working in a team of colleagues, and I have great support from my WDSF legal commission, which I thank you very much. And I want to highlight that such a teamwork is essential for success. One can only succeed when working in a team and not against each other. I can assure this teamwork within the legal commission and with my colleagues in the WDSF Presidium and the managing committee. I would be very grateful to be able to continue to serve the WDSF as Vice President for Legal Affairs in the future, and I thank you for the opportunity you gave me in the last 1.5 years to serve as Vice President for Legal Affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all candidates. And firstly, I can confirm that the total possible votes remains at 146. So if we now move to the next election, which is the election of the WDSF Vice President for Legal Affairs, and I can confirm that the vote is now open. The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. I'm pleased to confirm that the results of the voting are as follows. There were 146 possible votes, 144 valid votes were cast. Mark Frederick Schaefer, 98. Ivo Capet, 34. Mulatelo Mahapa, 12. Therefore, Mark Frederick is elected as Vice President for Legal Affairs, and I invite you to say a few very brief words to the meeting if you'd like to.
Dear delegates, thank you very much for your confidence and for the election for me as Vice President for Legal Affairs for the coming term. I will not forget that I will be the Vice President for Legal Affairs for everyone and serve everyone in DanceSport on an equal level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if we could now move to the next item, which is for the election of the Vice President for Development. And again, the qualifications to serve for this post should be on the slide in front of you if you want to have a quick read of them.
Dear delegates, just to remind again that you have only 2 minutes for each delegate.
Thank you. And as you will see on your screen, there are 3 candidates. So there are 4 names, but you'll see that Nenad is now not taking part in this election as he has already been elected to another post. Therefore, the candidates for the election of the WDSF Vice President for Development are Lina Arvidsson of Sweden, Antoni Chekhov of Poland, and Boris Wodekadzki of Israel. And again, I will invite you, the 3 candidates, to address the meeting in the order they're named. So if I could invite Lena first, please, to address the meeting.
Thank you very much. Dear delegates, members, DanceSport colleagues and friends, I would be very happy and honored to serve and develop WDSF for 4 more years. A truly sports organization global as WDSF needs to be updated, acting as a modern organization within the international sports movement, having modern and visionary leadership and a solid base and structures and a clear direction for the future. We need an upgraded WDSF 2.0, a sports federation working for all dancers, members, athletes, having IOC recognition, going to Paris 2024 and beyond. To reach this 2.0, development is needed. I know how to work with development. I know which tools to use regardless topics. This is one of my competencies and one of my expertise. In the developing process, a good team of expertise and skills in different areas is needed. Expertise like marketing, legal affairs, communication, and of course, DanceSport. And lucky for us, there's a whole federation of talented, skilled persons who can contribute. It's a teamwork done by different experts with different opinions and background. Unity in diversity. I love that. 4 years ago, you gave me the possibility to work as a member of the Presidium, and I would gladly love to continue. 4 years gives experience, 4 more years will give more development for WDSF. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if I could now invite Antoni to address the meeting.
Dear IGM delegates, I decided to run again for the position of Vice President for Development, as I would like to continue to work for World Dance Sport Federation. I'm the president of the Polish Dance Sport Federation, active trainer, and international judge. That's why Dance Sport and the WDSF are close to me. I have experience in organizing sport events, managing sport organization, and raising funds for dance activities. My education, and most importantly, many years of experience allowed me to undertake effective activities aimed at the development and popularization of dance sport. As Vice President for Development in the passing term, I set myself the goal of building a system to raise talented athletes and the creative model system for shaping their sport potential. Not all activities have been implemented because of COVID, but I would like to continue my work in the next years. I hope you will trust my experience and willingness to work for the development of WDSF. Today, I'm asking for your support and also for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could now invite Boris, please, to address the meeting. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Dear delegates, dear national member bodies, and dear friends, the past year and a half have been a very difficult one for all of us. During this time, we were forced to change our behavior, our norms, and quickly change the way our life and our sport was used to since the beginning. There is a saying in Israel that as the waves get stronger, the stronger ones are revealed. I believe that the ongoing pandemic has been a proof of exactly that. I have been the president of Israel DanceSport Federation for more than 20 years. In those years, I have accumulated much of knowledge and experience, both in those from the official point of view and from the organizational point of view. During those 20 years, the Israel DanceSport Federation has made a tremendous development, amongst which recognition from the Ministry of Sports, from the National Olympic Committee, from the Israeli Non-Olympic Sports Federation, and all the other national sport bodies. We have successfully created many committees and bodies within ourselves in order to promote dance sport on our national level, amongst which our national academy, our national team, etc. All of this has been done by working together whilst aiming for a better future and always putting our common interests ahead of any personal interest. It is my core belief that only by working together we can make a change for the better. I would like to ask for your trust in my candidacy as a WDSF Vice President for Development and hope that together we can make our world better. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the candidates. And firstly, I can confirm that the total possible votes remains at 146. So if we now move to the next election, which is for the election of the WDSF Vice President for Development. And I can confirm that the vote is now open. The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. I can now confirm the results of the voting are as follows. There was 146 possible votes, 144 valid votes were cast. Anthony Chajik, 72, Boris Odekadsky, 40, Lena Arvidsson, 32. Therefore, Anthony is elected. And Anthony, if you would like to address the meeting.
Dear delegates, dear friends, thank you that you trusted my experience and willingness to work for the development of WDSF. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if we now move to the next election, which is for the Vice President for Communications. And again, on the slide is the qualifications to serve in this post.
And again, to remind you that each candidate has 2 minutes only.
I can confirm there are 2 candidates. There's Lena Lishvara from Finland and Jeffrey van Merkek from the Netherlands. And if I could again invite Lena to address the meeting first. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Is the sound all right? Sergei, could you confirm?
Yes, the sound is okay.
Thank you. Dear delegates, colleagues and friends in DanceSport, I have been the Vice President for Communications during the last years. That era was challenging due to many reasons, for instance, starting without no mentoring, no guidance. But I overcame with our communications team and their great enthusiasm and professionalism towards DanceSport. Throughout the way, I have had their full support, including the many athletes' support, who also learned to like the positive approach we decided to take. New strategies and vision needs to be developed, also to communications, but it needs to grow and stand on the WDSF holistic vision, which also urgently needs to be decided and presented to the member bodies. We still have pending website launching, decisions about competition productions, proper communications management, as well as increased collaboration with the marketing. And all of these areas are crucial in the near future. In addition, the stakeholder collaboration with, for instance, Olympic Channel and the World Games and their social media channels, they are top on the list. And the reliable contacts of those are also close to me and the team. Communications is crucial as it shows outsiders how the federation looks like. If there are too many chefs in the kitchen, there are also too many spices. That is why the collaboration with the president, congratulations, Sean, and the office is important, but trust needs to be given to the department in order to make it to deliver quality in time. Thank you sincerely for your support.
Thank you. And if I could now invite Jeffrey to address the meeting. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I see I have an error with my camera, but I've turned it on, but for some reason, I'm not seeing myself on camera, but let's do it like this then. Well, dear delegates, dear NMBs, and dear colleagues, it's a pleasure for me meeting all of you online today, although I wish we could have met in person to discuss the future direction of WDSF. I've had the pleasure of meeting many of you before, but for the colleagues that not know me yet, I would like to briefly introduce myself. My name is Jeffrey van Meerkerk, and I currently serve as the president of the Dutch National DanceSport Federation, which governs a diverse portfolio of dance sport disciplines. I hold a WDSF judging license for many years, and additionally, I support the WDSF Breaking Development Committee on the communication side and was recently requested by the current WDSF Presidium to chair the new working group for the inclusion of para dance sport inside WDSF. My professional career is in business. I work as a director in a global Fortune 500 company. On a daily basis, I work with our teams from Asia Pac, the Americas, Africa, and nearly all countries in Europe, including Russia. My main professional business skills are organizational strategy, diversity, equality, and inclusion, and of course, strategic communications. This is why I candidate myself for the role as VP for Communications. In this role, I can bring my professional business skills and experience to the WDSF, and I firmly believe WDSF, now recognized as an Olympic federation, has huge growth potential. After breaking, we now have the opportunity to govern para wheelchair dance in standard and Latin with a possible future inclusion in the Paralympic Games. I was in contact with many of you personally and our NMBs recently on this topic. Such important projects require a clear communications plan linked to the strategic agenda of our federation. Communication affects all of us, not only the outside world. We all together are part of WDSF, and we need to communicate and connect better inside the federation also. This is what I learned today. Here I can and would like to bring my expertise. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I hope to meet you soon in person again. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I can confirm that the total possible votes remains at 146. So if we move to the next election, which is the election of the WDSF Vice President for Communications, and the vote is now open. The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. I can now declare that the results of the voting are as follows. There was 146 possible votes, 140 valid votes were cast. Jeffrey Van Merkerk, 102, Lena Lisvara, 38. Therefore, Jeffrey is elected. And Jeffrey, would you like to say a few brief words to the meeting?
Thank you very much, dear colleagues in DanceSport. I'm very happy that you decided to support my candidacy, and I very much look forward to serving you all. It's a great honor for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if we now move to the next item, which is the election for the Vice President for Marketing. And again, the qualifications to serve for this post are on the slide in front of you.
Also, again, remind that each candidate has 2 minutes only. Thank you.
Thank you. And as you will see, there are 2 candidates for this post. Vasily Gliga of Romania and Vadim Permyakov of Russia. And again, I will invite the 2 candidates to address the meeting in the order that they're named. So Vasily, if you would like to address the meeting, thank you.
Dear delegates, I don't speak so much. I send for everybody, general meeting member, my one letter who everybody possibly see my experience in business, in politics, and in dance. I think together make good team for the best for the dance. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could now invite Vadim to address the meeting. Thank you.
Hello? Are you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
You will need to make sure that all other devices in the room are muted, and that is the speakers as well. You cannot have 2 devices in the same room.
Good day, dear colleagues, dear friends.
You need to make sure that all devices in the room are muted. That includes the speakers of the volume.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Are you hear me?
Thank you. We can hear you now. Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good day, dear colleagues, dear friends. Nowadays, marketing is becoming an integral part of the life of every successful organization, and WDSF cannot be an exception. In our case, we are talking specifically about sports marketing. The task of this incredibly difficult. Their solution requires a holistic approach, the highest professionalism, and a serious theoretical base and knowledge of the sports industry, which I am ready to offer to the WDSF, given my extensive and many-year experience in sports. I believe that the development of marketing activities in the WDSF should be made at a comprehensive solution of both direct and indirect tasks of consumers, of our product companies and organizations working in the dance sports industry, as well as at creating and promoting our brand through dance sports events of the WDSF and its members. An important task of the first stage of my work will be to build a marketing strategy for the WDSF, including a clear definition of our product. Competent in construction of a marketing strategy will help us to influence the emotion and feelings of our fans, to involve the sponsors in the process and cultivate their loyalty to the WDSF, and to determine and advertising campaigns create a successful and attractive image of our sports, which will attract more and more people. Thank you for attention.
Thank you to both candidates. And if before we move to the election, I can confirm that the total possible votes remains at 146. So if we now move to the next election, which is the election of the WDSF Vice President for Marketing, and the vote is now open. The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. And I can confirm the results of the voting are as follows. There was 146 possible votes, 142 valid votes were cast. Vasile Gliga, 76, Vadim Permiakov, 66. Therefore, Vasile is elected. And Vasile, if you would like to briefly address the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all members, Presidium, for general meeting. Who vote or no vote. Thank you very much.
And if I could just mention to all delegates, there'll be a very short pause now, just while we check the names for the next elections, taking into account the elections that have just happened. Thank you.
Edward, can I interrupt? I think there's a member who would like to speak.
Yeah, Mr.
Yes,
President,
of course, Mr. President.
We can allow that.
Yep, we're just unmuting them.
I think we have Martin Dorek of Czech Republic who wants to speak.
Yeah, hello everybody. My name is Martin Dvorak from Czech Republic. I was just sending a question when Anthony was selected that he has exactly 50%. It was not a majority. If this is okay or not. It was just a question that no one answered me. So he has exactly 72 votes. This is okay?
Mark,
Yes.
can you answer this?
Yes, this is okay. This is how we have conducted our elections in the past, and it is more or less reflecting the simple majority. Yes, it is okay as soon as candidate has most of the votes.
Most is more than 50%, but this was exactly.
That's right. Yes.
This is okay. Okay, if it's okay, thank you for answering the question.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Martin. Now I hand it back to Edward.
Mr. President, will just be a minute or so longer just while we verify the names for the next election. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. So if we can now move to the next election. And the next election is for the ordinary members of the Presidium. And you will see the candidates on the screen in front of you. And those who are crossed through are those who have been already elected to another post and therefore will not be taking part in this election.
Edward, it's Guillaume. The candidate Anastasia Tenyakova from Azerbaijan, she had informed us that she has withdrawn from the election. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Guillaume. And as you see, we have removed Anastasia's name. Thank you for highlighting that. Thank you. And again, each candidate will be invited to address the meeting. So if I invite the candidates in the order that you're named, and even those candidates who have stood for another post are also entitled to address the meeting again. So if I could please invite Lena to address the meeting. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Here we go again then. Dear delegates, members, perhaps you realized I have served as ordinary member for 4 years. And I have been taking on different projects and different tasks. And WDSF needs to keep a range of diverse projects running at the same time, having good leadership and organization so they will be finalized. With my experience and skills in sport administration and management, I'm in a quite unique situation, allowing me to take on several different tasks and guarantee you results. The requirements needed for these positions are very much flexibility and adaptability to the task, as the tasks vary. So it would really be an honor if I got the chance to continue this work. And by the way, you now have elected 7 men, so please vote in some women. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if I could now invite Charles, please, to address the meeting. Thank you.
Charles, you need to raise your hand so that we can bring you in.
Okay, it's all right. Okay. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Dear delegates, I am Charles Ferreira. As you know, I'm former Latin and standard dance competitor and a former national and international judge. For 35 years, I managed to dance school and formed many competitors. Dance is my great passion, and federal life represents a true belief and commitment. Since 2017, I chaired the French Dance Federation. I was recently elected to the Olympic French Committee, which is one of the main actors of the entry of breaking and as an additional sport to the Olympic Games in Paris. I have no personal ambition other than to serve the WDSF by using my experience gained in multidisciplinary federation, by using my experience with the recently integrated breaking discipline, by using my contacts in France, sports movements, and in France. I will also be very concerned to maintain the dance for these Olympic Games in Los Angeles in 2028. Finally, I will be proud to represent within the WDSF Presidium to 2024 Olympic country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if I could now invite, please, Ferruccio to address the meeting. Ferruccio, if you could please raise your hand.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to all delegates and candidates. I'm Ferruccio Galvagno, I'm Italian, and I'm candidate to make a critical and proactive contribution to the relaunch of our beloved WDSF, which, as evident for me, needs a new projects and new energy. I'm sorry if my criticism of the facts of the administration has been taken from a personal point of view. Personally, I can only thank people who have been working for the WDSF for almost 30 years. But if I look at the result, I think they too should understand that it's the time to give away, but it's not, I have not the same opinion of the Assembly that I respect, and I make a great congratulations to all the elected person inside the Presidium. I want to help to elaborate two different visions, one for Olympic breaking and one for standard and Latin American dances that for more countries are still the core business for our national members like Italy. Considering, my opinion is that in the past, we considering them only as a cash machine to squeeze the money to maintain expensive and unproductive structure that create a mistake that can cost us dearly. So I want to bring the Presidium my experience. I helped WDSF to found professional division, and my experience allowed me to bring Italy from 22,000 members to 132,000 members, the budget from 600,000 euros to 8,750,000. So I thank you for your attention if you decide to vote me, and God bless the WDSF. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you. And if I could now please invite Patricia to address the meeting. Thank you.
Hello.
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 I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
we
can.
All right. Can you see my video?
Yes, we can.
All right, great. Hello, everyone. Dear delegates, friends, colleagues. I am Procedural from Canada. Some of you may recognize me as the Minutes Secretary at the last WDSF PD AGM or the scrutiny at the last WDSF AGM. Today, though, I'm running for the position of an ordinary Presidium member. I took this decision because of three aspects that I can bring. One, the values that I believe and uphold. Two, my experience as a successful Presidium board member. And three, the unique combination of knowledge, Presidium experience, dance, and voice that can help shape WDSF's forward path to be stronger and more competitive. Values that I believe in and uphold every day: integrity, transparency, accountability, respect, teamwork, and inclusiveness, and three, serving members and WDSF. My experience, I have 20 years of successful Presidium board member experience in professional business associations and dance sport organizations. That includes executive director of Canada DanceSport Professional Division, which I am holding now, which was started from the ground up, and as an active member serving on the committees of WDSF Sports Commission. Now, my professional knowledge, my corporate career as an audit professional. Yes, audit with professional certification in both audit and accounting. I carried out everyday good corporate governance, risk management, objectivity, and teamwork. DanceSport is my passion. I'm an active WDSF chairperson, adjudicator, and a past attendance and standard champion. So very conversant with the dance world and its nuances. I will bring a fresh voice and a different perspective to the Presidium, and I will serve in the best interest of WDSF and for you, the members of WDSF. Thank you. Thank you, Sergey.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could now invite Lena from Finland, please, to address the meeting.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I guess my voice is good.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So dear delegates, here I go again. So I run for the position as an ordinary member in Presidium. Now that I have learned the problems in the structural organization of the WDSF, I would help in developing with a clear strategy of how to build the commissions and committees to such level that their objective is to assist and take part to development and decision making. As the organization stands now, there are different kinds of commissions merely seen as reports in the AGM, but those meaning in the actual development is very weak. My program as an ordinary member consists of three things. Firstly, developing the organization to more serving format, including empowering the already mentioned commissions. Two, increasing the discussions about educational programs, including licenses, in order to follow up the needs, stakeholders' expectations, and high quality, as well as quantity. And three, make everything in my power to make sure the decision-making is transparent, neutral, and based on proven facts, unbiased, and it's trustworthy. I do recognize the different powers and effects in DanceSport, but as I don't have my livelihood depending on sport in any way, I am a neutral partner in discussions with every team and sector. I know my values and I respect others' values as well. And I have to say that I have enough balls to work with men, as it seems that this would be needed in this team. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. And if I could now please invite Molatelo to address the meeting. Thank you.
And I respect others' values as well. And I have to say that I have enough balls to work with men, as it seems that this would be needed.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay. Once again, dear members and delegates and friends, it's Mulatelo Mahapa again. As a former athlete, a coach, and a legal practitioner, and further a Presidium member in my country, South Africa, what I would bring on board if I get elected as a Presidium member, obviously with the challenges that we are facing as WDSF, I will bring transformation and governance, and I will assist in the alignment of our governance so that the equality in terms of gender and constitutional representation and the continental representation as well. monitoring and evaluation will definitely be assisted by proper legal governance that I would assist in putting in place. And definitely, I will be in a position to assist in terms of the requirements to put this beautiful federation of ours to the world standard. And it is imperative to indicate that I am a flexible member who has the background of business, of legal, and as well, or as an athlete. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if I could now please invite Dragana to address the meeting. Thank you.
Can I start?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, just a second. Dear delegates, it is an honor to be the part of this list of colleagues that are quite experienced, and I can say that we all fulfill the list of the requirements to be an ordinary member. So I also work in a different kind of sport organizations, and love and dance sport and desire to create a better condition for development are my motive for engagement. The status of our sport in the future depends not just on the leaders, but the person that will contribute to development and that will engage individuals, our members, to be the part of the way our sport is going to be developed. What makes me different from the other candidates? Maybe I'm the one that is self-critic. I'm the one who likes to work until our goals are achieved. I like to work and achieve my goals with support of the quality associates. I'm the person who launches many projects, and with my personal engagement, I show them that everything is possible if you have a great effort in your projects. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could now please invite Boris to address the meeting. Thank you.
I hope you can see me and you can hear me.
We can hear you and we can see you.
Thank you. So dear friends, as I have already presented my vision and my belief for the WDSF, I will take along. I hope for your support to the position of the WDSF Presidium member. As said, I have much knowledge and experience in the world of dance sport. It is my hope that we can together create a better tomorrow and improve upon our sport, bringing our love and devotion to it and spreading it all over the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And if I could now please invite Vadim to address the meeting. Thank you.
Hello, do you speak?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. Dear friends, I will not speak much, and for my part, given my extensive and long-term experience in sports, I am ready to work in the WDSF team, bringing benefits and the development of dance sports of Olympic break. Thank you and very much.
Thank you. And if I could now please invite Thibaut to address the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, delegates. I hope you are able to hear me and able to see me.
Yes, we are.
Thank you very much.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Teboho Rakgomo, the president of the Federation of DanceSport Lesotho. I stand before you today to contest and invite your vote as a contester for a position of ordinary member within the WDSF. And I stand to represent Lesotho, I stand to represent Africa. Because, ladies and gentlemen, WDSF without inclusiveness of all continents is not WDSF, it's not World Organization. I therefore invite your vote to include Africa at strategic level, because this is where we make plans for development of dance sport throughout the world. And then we cannot plan for the world without including other continents. You cannot plan for Africa without Africa. I am a well-known person in my continent to be able to advance to every country towards assisting the mandate of WDSF of developing dance sport throughout Africa. I therefore invite you, delegates, to vote for me so that I'm able to further the mandate of WDSF of developing dance sport throughout Africa. This will be a great assistance to WDSF because it is difficult for the current Presidium members to navigate Africa because they don't know actually how to navigate and approach development of dance sport in Africa. I thank you in advance, ladies and gentlemen, for voting for me, for voting for Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if I could now please invite Glenn to address the meeting. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, fellow dancers, wherever you are in the world. As an organization, we need to change the culture of leadership. We have a very talented and multi-skilled pool of members. Some are great dancers, some are great coaches, some are great event organizers, some specialize in teaching kids, some have great mental skills. You name it and we have it. I do believe that we should be a multidisciplined dance federation, but we must strive to make all the different dance forms autonomous and independent under one umbrella. We have national member bodies that operate in this way and very successfully so. I am sure they would be happy to advise us. We have to stop pretending that the same small group of people are experts in all matters of dance. As a child, I remember somebody saying, we have one mouth and two ears. So logic tells us we should listen twice as much as we should talk. Leadership does not mean that you should force your ideas on the membership. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. We need to learn to listen. If we implemented all the ideas that come from the membership, we would not be able to fulfill them in a 4-year period. The amount of diverse talent available to us is endless. But we must listen. Let us make some change. This is not rocket science. Leading means collecting all the information available from the membership and organize it in an efficient manner. This is not difficult, but it requires change. Change in how we think and act. We can do this if we do it together. Thank you, all of you, for listening.
Thank you. And if I could now please invite Violetta to address the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't see it.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Thank you very much. So, dear colleagues, dear President of National Body Members, for those who doesn't know me, I'm Violeta Janeva from Bulgaria. I have been involved in the dance sport since many years, like a competitor, coach, WDSF event organizer, and now also as a president of the Bulgarian National Dance Sport Federation. In my career as a competitor, I reached several notable results, such as the final in the World Championship in ballroom dancing, twice final in the World Games, winner of the World Cup, and of course, national champion in ballroom dancing for many years in a row. I'm strongly determined and motivated to work hard for the WDSF dance sport community, bringing different innovative ideas from a woman point of view. With all my skills, I would like to contribute for the development of the WDSF organization, putting different goals, strategies, and plans in this difficult time for our dancing society. As an Olympic federation, of course, one of our main goals is to participate in the Olympic Games with all dance styles, and we have all together to put our forces to work hard and achieve these results. In my opinion, the integration of a woman in commission is very important for the success. I am ready to take all my responsibilities and together with all my colleagues to build the path for a better future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to all the candidates. And before we proceed to the voting, the next election, I will just give the floor to Mark Frederick, who will just explain the voting process for the candidates for the Presidium. So thank you, Mark.
As you have seen in the training session, the vote of the 3 ordinary members of the Presidium will be done.
Mark, we don't hear you.
You hear me now?
Can you speak louder or?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, now it's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. As it was in the training session, we will vote the 3 ordinary members of the Presidium in one vote. That means in one election. This means that you can cast up to 3 votes.
We still can't hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, if you can speak louder, will be better.
Okay. As it was in the training session, we will vote for the 3 ordinary members in once. We won't have 3 different votes or 3 different votes. That means that every delegate, every voting delegate has 3 votes and can cast 3 votes on 3 candidates. It is not an obligation to vote for 3 candidates. You can vote for 1, for 2, or for 3. And there will not be 3 separate votes. It will be 1 vote where you have 3 possibilities of selection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, for that explanation. And just to clarify with you as well, it will be the candidates with the 3 highest votes who will then be elected. Is that correct?
Yes, this is correct.
Thank you. So if we could now move to the next election, which is for the ordinary members of the Presidium. And I can now declare that the vote is open.
So to everyone that is voting on Lumi, and this is a reminder, this is similar to what we did back in the training sessions, the last 2 training sessions, and this is slightly different to every other vote today, is that you will need to select your preferred candidates, be that 1, 2, or 3, and there will be a submit button in the bottom right-hand corner of the voting platform. Very similar to what we did earlier on this week, but just a reminder, you can select either 1, 2, or 3 candidates, and you just need to press that send button in the bottom right-hand corner. As always, you can change and cancel your vote at any point, and you can then resubmit another vote. Now, given the complexity of this, we will of course give a fair amount of time, and I will now hand back to Mr. Gardner to conduct that.
Thank you, Carl. And as Carl said, we will allow plenty of time for you all to vote, so don't feel rushed into voting. Thank you. The vote will close in 1 minute. The vote will close in 30 seconds.
So just a reminder to everyone, in these 30 seconds, you need to select your preferred choice of candidates, be that 1, 2, or 3 selections, and you need to select the send button in the bottom right-hand corner to submit your vote. Your vote will not be submitted until you press that send button.
The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed. If I can now confirm the results of the voting, there was 146 valid votes, possible votes, 138 valid votes were cast. And reading the list of candidates, just in reading the Christian names, Patricia 74, Charles 65, Boris 60, Vadim 38, Ferruccio 34, Dragana 32, Violetta 31, Lena 26, Glenn 18, Lena 16, Thibaut 10, Molatello 8. And therefore the candidates, the 3 candidates with the highest votes are Patricia, Charles, and Boris. And I invite all those 3 to briefly address the meeting if you would like to. Thank you.
Hi, this is Patricia. First of all, I'd like to thank the delegates and the members for the support. And definitely, I will be bringing a fresh voice and a different perspective to the Presidium. And I will serve in the best interest of WDSF and for you, the members of WDSF. Thank you.
I thank you very much to have elected me to the Presidium. I will be happy to serve WDSF, to support dance as an Olympic discipline, to work together, to share my passion. Thank you very much.
Boris, would you like to briefly address the meeting?
I'll be very short. Thank you very much for your trust. I will try to do my best for the WDSF, as I am in this system more than 40 years already. So thank you very much. And it's enough. We spoke today a lot. I think it's time to start to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if we could now move to the next election, which is the election of the WDSF first vice president, which is to be elected out of the elected vice presidents. And just before we move to the voting, could I just ask Guillaume just to check that this slide is correct, please?
Yes, that's correct. But Mark, should people announce if they want to stand for the position or not?
Yes, that would be good if the different candidates would state if they stand for the position as first vice president.
I confirm that I would like to stand. Tony Teleni.
Are you muted or can I hear you?
Nenad?
Yes, thank you. I would not accept this position at the moment. Thank you.
That's a withdrawal from Nedad.
Yes, I'm withdrawing from this position.
Me also no accept this position.
Antoni, I not resign.
I not resign. I resign.
And resign.
Jeffrey, would you like to stand for the position as first vice president?
Kyle, can you bring Jeffrey back in, please?
Yep. Yep, just bring him in now. Thank you, Graham.
I will not accept this position. Thank you.
So is it correct that Tony and Mark Frederic would like to stand?
Mark, we cannot hear you.
I am not standing for the position as first vice president.
Okay.
Thank you. So we just have Tony who is putting himself forward. But Guillaume, would you like still for this to be put to the vote?
I think you should address the president.
Yes, we still will put this to the vote.
Okay, thank you. We will just the Lumi technicians will just set up the motion. Thank you. Good. So if I can invite you all now to proceed to the next election, which is the election of the WDSF first vice president. And I can now declare that the vote is open. The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. I can now announce the results of the voting. There was 146 possible votes. 104 valid votes were cast. Tony Delaney, 104. Therefore, Tony is elected. Thank you. And Tony, would you like to say a few brief words?
Look, I will. I stood as first vice president to support Sean Tay and the team, to support developing all dance sport disciplines to their fullest potential as we fulfill WDSF's Olympic destiny. It's essential that WDSF and Breaking in Paris 2024 are hugely successful. And it's of paramount importance that we work hard to leave the door open for other dance discipline in Los Angeles 28. As you know, after 64 years of WDSF's existence, it takes a little longer to achieve the impossible. And it was Nelson Mandela who said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you. And if we now move to the next election item, which is the final election item, which is for the election of the Secretary of the WDSF Ethics Committee. And as you will see on your screen, there are two candidates, Gustave Kamdoun of Cameroon and George Tan from Malaysia. And again, I will invite both candidates to address the meeting. So Gustave, I invite you to address the meeting. Thank you.
Just to remind to the candidates that you have 2 minutes for each. Thank you.
We're just being joined by the by Buka staff.
Yes, can you have me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Gustave Kamdoum Nwemeja. As founder of our national body, FECADANSA, I was the first person to write to President Rudy Bowman an application for the recognition as international member in 1997. 1 year after, Mr. Freitag, as Secretary General, confirmed our recognition. From that period, I have been the first national trainer in ballroom, the administrator, the treasurer, the sport director, the RLS administrator, and so on. Dear colleagues and members, dear delegates, from the moment when DanceSport presents a certain subjectivity with regard to beauty and aesthetic, I have always been interested in the development of scoring criteria. Despite ethical standards and the code of conduct, excesses are always observed and sanctions are not always equal to the seriousness of the situations. A number of couples and countries in the shadows do not register for competitions because they believe that the conditions are still not met to obtain reliable results. It is on the strength of my more than 35 years of experience in the field of dance sport that I submit my candidacy for the position of that I almost already assume in my country and in Zone 4 of the Higher Council of Sport in Africa, and for which our National Olympic Committee has been very attentive to grant us recognition. So I need your votes as Secretary of Ethics Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if I could now please invite George to address the meeting. Thank you.
Is this okay? My microphone?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you very much. Dear delegates, my name is George Tan, President of Malaysia DanceSport Federation since 2012, when our federation first joined WDSF. Additionally, I've been a dance sport athlete, coach, licensed WDSF educator, chairman, and sport director of DanceSport Asia. I also have been a championship organizer and organized major WDSF events such as the 2014 WDSF Asia Pacific Championship and 2017 WDSF World Cup Standard Championship. Given my experience in multiple roles and especially an educator, chairman, and championship organizer, I personally witnessed the vital importance of ethics in dance sport. To me, ethics encompasses honesty, integrity, responsibility, and sportsmanship, which include using moral principles to guide our decisions and behaviors. I sincerely hope to use my experience to positively contribute to the ethics committee of WDSF. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if we could now please move to the next election. The next election is of the Secretary of the WDSF Ethics Committee. And I declare that the vote is now open. The vote will close in 20 seconds. The vote is now closed. I can now confirm the results of the voting. There was 146 possible votes. 134 valid votes were cast. George Tan, 98. Gustave Kamdoum, 36. Therefore, George is elected. George, would you like to say a few very brief words to the meeting?
Dear colleagues, dear friend, thank you very much for all your support as a just Secretary of WDSF at this committee. Highly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that now ends the election process. So I'm very happy to hand back to Mr. President, and if I could just send you all my very best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. And thank you, the team from Lumi has been great working with you. Now, may I move to item 39? Is there any new business for the good of WDSF? Lumi, please unmute Auli from Finland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, after a few weeks, all eyes will turn on the games of the 33rd Olympiad, in which, as we all well know, history will be made in dance sport. The Olympic Charter, Rule 2, Paragraph 5 states that the IOC, quote, strongly encourages the promotion of women in sport at all levels and in all structures, particularly in the executive bodies of national and international sports organizations, unquote. In the mid-80s, the Wall Street Journal introduced the term glass ceiling, which can be very much applied to the area of sport and women. There are many voices at national and international levels demanding specific measures to help break down these obstacles. Today, this meeting demonstrated that glass ceiling exists in dance sport. I sincerely hope that the new Presidium and the new Managing Committee recognize this, take this into consideration and take action when building the WDSF commissions and other organs from now on. Thank you.
Thank you, Auli. Thank you for your comments. We will definitely take note of your comments and your recommendation. Now, can we move to candidate from USA, Ken Richards? Delegate from USA.
Thank you, President Tay, although I am not a candidate, at least not yet. I have suggested in the chat a new business item that I would like the new Presidium to take under consideration. And actually, this comes from a previous suggestion from an ethics committee ruling from a number of years ago as well, that the WDSF form inside itself an independent committee. We call it here in the USA a Nominations and Elections Committee, may find a better title for it, that would actually handle inside one body and inside maybe one document the process for being nominated, being approved, to the election process for the Presidium, as well as the procedures that will be followed to conduct the meeting. As example of today, we have in the document that tells us how this meeting will be conducted, a very specific paragraph discussing the ability to ask the candidates a question after they make their presentation for 1 minute, and that was completely removed from today's process. So it would be very nice to have a consistent group inside of WDSF that understands all of the rules from beginning to end, all of the candidates, how they got into the program, how they became candidates, and handles this process going forward. So I would advise you to please take this up in one of your very near future meetings.
Thank you very much, Ken. We allow people to ask questions. We have our colleague from South Africa, Thabo. Lumi, please allow him to come in.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. I must say, firstly, congratulations to all the members. We're looking forward to working with you, and we're hoping that you will be able to accept the challenges that we'll be putting forward, and everything will come to place as per our strategic developments and our strategic views of how we want the organization to run. But the other thing that I just wanted to mention, and maybe it's a recommendation for next time, because it is highly embarrassing to see comments coming through the chat with the candidates who come from different countries that have not been endorsed by those countries. You wonder how these candidates end up in the voting list. It has happened with, I think it's Mark. Switzerland was not in support, but you ask how are they eventually on the list, because you need to get a mandate from your country You cannot be in isolation on your own and be part of the election. So this must be something that Mark yourself as a legal person, you need to look into, because it is not fair that you just go in there without the support of your country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Thabo. Mark, would you like to comment on this?
Well, I see that at the moment it's not a legal requirement that you.
Apologies, President, I can't hear anything.
Me now?
No.
No.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Better, but now we can't hear you. We cannot hear you at all now. We lost you.
Me now?
Yes.
Okay. At the moment, it is no legal requirement in the statutes that a candidate is taken forward from the national member body or from the country he's running for. If you would like to have changed that, one can change the statutes.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Thabo. We'll take note of this and discuss this in the Presidium meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hearing no further motions, I now call for a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I so move, Sean.
Thank you very much. Is there any objections? I see no objections. Dear delegates and friends, this is our first ever online annual general meeting. It is a great success. Thanks to all of you. I know this is not easy, a new experience for us, but of course, we can look into the system to run the meeting and find a very good solution for the next year's annual general meeting. Now, please stay safe during this difficult time, and I look forward to meeting you again. Have a wonderful day or good night. See you again. Bye-bye.